Let's watch.
Allegedly!
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant!
Parchment, Alfred.
Boy, you read my thoughts. You've got the singing.
I mean shining.
Shh. Wanna get sued?
Churchman's house.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a-running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, father. I love it when he does that.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Today we're going to have Trishie up on panel, so I'm going to go ahead and grab her from backstage there. Let's see. Hey Trishie, can you hear me? Oh, we'll see if Trishie can hear. Well, hello Trishie, I see. And Tony, I am so sorry. I am so sorry about that earlier. Oh my goodness. So I have some content to share and I started a video and I finished the video, but it took a long time to upload, so I couldn't transfer it over. But we'll watch that part and then listen to the rest, which is it's an audio file. But still, G of Twins, good to see you. Margaret, good to see you. Janet, good to see you. Oh, really? You had to go out of YouTube to comment, Margaret? That's weird. I'm sorry. Hey, Darlene, good to see you. Hey, Panda Bear's mom. Hello, everyone. Sorry it took forever. You have a lot of questions about Edgar and KK. All right, we're going to start out with Edgar and KK tonight. We are going to talk about Sebastian Rogers and let me fix my camera. It's a little bit wacky today. Okay, or I'm wacky, one of the two. I don't know which one it is. I am starting at almost midnight tonight, so I apologize. I just had a lot of content to upload. Mini Panthers, good to see you. Good to see you. Good to see all of you. Laura Stevenson's life, good to see you. Trishie, can you hear me? I'm gonna text her really quick.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, goody. Okay, I was just about to text you. Good. How are you tonight?
Oh, just wonderful. Just living the dream.
Good. I know I've been looking at a lot of content in terms of Sebastian Rogers, and then I saw Jen Coffindaffer has a new Sebastian Rogers video out, so I was like, well, let's share it and talk about it tonight. Hey, Lady for Justice, good to see you. Good evening. So I have those clips, and then I also have an audio file from Jana, which is Crystal McCrory Jones's sister, and it's between them and the sheriff, and I wanted you guys to listen to it. Hey, Emmy Joe, good to see you. So I wanted you guys to listen to that tonight too, because I found it to be, well, interesting, frustrating, a lot of words, but yeah. And then we have Trishie up here, so I'm just gonna go ahead and play the first clip, and then we will start from there. And then Trishie, I'll just let you comment however you want. You can just jump right in, or however you want.
Sounds good.
Yes, ma'am. And so here we go. Here's Jen.
True crimers, welcome to Break the Case. I'm your host. I'm Jen Coffindaffer. Listen, I got my hat on. I'm getting ready to run. This has been a little bit of a crazy day, but basically I just got the last piece of information that I needed to do this live on the lights, the flashlights that were involved in the Sebastian Rogers case. For those of you new to the show, essentially there's a case involving a guy named Sebastian Rogers. He disappeared when he was 15. He is now 16. He disappeared on the 25th of February. In terms of the last sighting that we in the public were able to see, that took place at a restaurant with his mother. But on the 26th, he, according to law enforcement, that's when they said he went missing. So we believe, because they were very specific, that there must have been a sighting on the 26th that just we in the public haven't seen. On the 26th, at 3:10 in the morning, so the night of the 25th going into the 26th, there was a flashlight video that became public through Nick Barris, who works at the local television network down in the Tennessee area. And he came forward with this flashlight video. Many of you have seen it. Certainly anybody following the case has seen it. And essentially what it shows is there's a light out in the distance, a fuzzy light, but that's not the one of importance. The one of importance is the backyard vantage, and you see two individual light sources. You see one light source that is further away from the house, one light source that is closer to the house, then it's obstructed or obscured by bushes, and then it appears to go in the same way as the other light source. Then the light source number one disappears, then light source number two disappears, and then you later see light source number two reappear. Okay, many people have looked this over. Chris, the mob crew, has done an amazing job. In fact, I'm very much looking forward to joining Chris soon. We're going to do a show together. We're going to be putting it together. And so I'm very excited about that, because he's a no-nonsense guy. He's not about drama. He's about facts. He works his tail off, and he's in it for the right reasons. So I'm excited to join him. But I just need to come on here really quick and thank you, everybody. I appreciate the memberships and everybody coming on. But I got to tell you about the lights. And the reason I have to tell you, and I don't even have my normal equipment here or anything. I wasn't planning on doing a live, but I got the last piece of information I needed. So let me go over again. According to the video screen that we've all seen of the lights, this recording occurred at 3:10 in the morning on the 26th. So basically the night Sebastian went missing, okay? And there has been so much controversy about this. And I actually recently spoke about this on a live very recently. And there was some information that came up that really gave me pause. And I was concerned because it was stated that actually Seth Rogers had come out, and I knew Katie and Chris had come out and said, listen, it's garbage trucks and it's garbage. It's not relevant to the investigation. And then, of course, I already knew what Craddock has said, but we're going to go over it again really quickly.
She was talking about Seth knowing about the trash truck, quote unquote, and thinking it's a trash truck, and Katie and Chris also thinking it's a trash truck. What do you think, Trishie?
It is not a trash truck. I don't know why they insist that, and I honestly don't remember when the very first time I heard that it was a trash truck. But I imagine it was from, the Proudfoots, and I think they might have told Seth. Does that sound right? They might have told Seth that it was a trash truck or something.
Yeah, the first I heard it was a trash truck, it was the Proud Feet that said it was the trash truck. And I was like, there's no way at that hour of the morning. And I think a lot of people picked up on that quickly too. But then Seth did come out and said that they showed him the video, and it was on Pascal. And he said, they showed me and they said it was a trash truck, so I have to believe them, kind of a thing. So I found that to be really interesting. I
Peculiar.
mean, that they all thought, yeah, I thought,
Hmm. Planting the seed, I believe.
yeah. Well, and then also, I wonder if law enforcement just didn't want to tip any of the parents off. And that's the reason why they were telling them something that it wasn't. What do you think about them telling the parents that it was something that it wasn't?
I think it's possible. LE isn't obligated to disclose, what their thinking is. Obviously, as we've seen in so many cases where during interrogations, even they don't have to let on what they know and what they, you know. So it's very possible that they
That's a
just.
great point. That's
Hmm.
a great point. Yeah, they don't have to tell the truth, so it makes it a little bit hard to trust law enforcement. But then I was like, wow, I can't believe they didn't tell the parents. At first, I kind of thought maybe they told the parents, but they told them to tell everybody it was a trash truck. But I wasn't 100% sure either.
Yeah, I don't know. You mean if the Proudfoots, I mean, if the LE told them and then just told them to tell everyone? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like they told them, "Hey, we know it's not we know it's relevant, so we have to keep it
Oh,
quiet."
yeah, yeah,
But
yeah, yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that's what it was. But Chris got really upset looking whenever they would bring it up, and then even like they were nervous. Like Katie would not look at the camera when they talked about the lights video. So
Mm-hmm.
that's what was weird to me, that either she was nervous because she wasn't supposed to tell the truth about it, or she was nervous because she knew
I
that it was something, you know?
I think one of the biggest red flags to me, when Chris was, I don't remember what interview or what podcast or live stream it was, but it was
Mhm.
he was asked about the lights, and he said, "Oh, you know, as much as I love it to be lights, and as much as I love it to be flashlights, it just really isn't." That the quick shooting down of any possible leads is totally suspicious to me. Like,
I
that's
agree.
it's not it's very counter to what, in my opinion, it's very counter to what a desperate parent looking for their child would. They would be like, "Oh, really? Oh, could it be something? I think it is. I think it's something. Follow the lights. Follow, track
Yeah,
down that car
really.
or
I mean,
whatever." Yeah,
absolutely. I would be like, "Oh, good, we have something," especially when they had nothing.
exactly.
That's the biggest thing. They didn't If we didn't have anything, I think that we would like I would just hold on to that, and it would be hard for me not to. I just want to say hello to everyone coming in. Um, but yeah, it would be so I agree with you, Trishie. That would be so hard not to want to jump on that hope.
Exactly. Well, hope is so important, right? I mean,
It is.
I'm trying to think the time frame when the lights. What's the date of the lights video, or when it was released, when Nick Barris? Do
I
you have
believe
that?
it was March 17th. I want to say it was March 17th, that he released it out.
Hmm.
So it was quite a while after, that night. But then it was stuck at 3:10 a.m. So that was an issue with that video,
Hmm.
um, in particular. And then also another issue was that they were telling the parents and everybody else that it was a trash truck when it did come out. So that was very. It's just very curious. I it can go either way. I hate to blame anybody, but then in the same way, it's almost like it's really open to speculation because of the so many whys and, not the right truth, and there's so many things.
Oh yeah. I mean, it does leave it open to speculation, but that's the nature of a case that gets in the news and the public opinion starts to roll. And that's, I mean, that's very typical. Look at the media now and what happens. And we all get to, this is the new public square, right? These YouTube
Yes.
channels, and we get to discuss what we think. And um, it's just the new norm, I guess, right?
It is. It is the new norm because we do get to kind of see it and make up our own judgment calls on the different things. But I'm grateful for that in some ways, just because like we all knew it wasn't a trash. There was a lot of people that knew it wasn't a trash truck. I mean, some people might have seen it once, or it was really hard to make out too. I think that was another thing with the flashlight video that was so difficult because it's so hard to make it out what what it really is. I mean, we know that I always knew those lights were stationary, but it's like, well, are they floodlights? Are they, what kind of lights are they? And then also I knew the moving lights had to be either like a flashlight, a cell phone, and then somebody said a headlamp, and I was like, it could be
Hmm.
a headlamp,
I think that's what
not
Justin
just
was talking about, that it was possibly headlamps. And that to me would, that kind of speaks a little bit of pre-planning to me because, I mean, my husband has headlamps everywhere, but he's not typical, I don't think. He's more
yeah.
like,
Well,
so.
sure, if you have like if you're in construction and things like that, or if you are a mechanic, I know mechanics use those a lot because like that way they can see into like whatever up into things into a vehicle. So I mean, I can see people having headlamps, and then also just guys like to guys do like headlamps. So hey Joe, hey Poppy Love. Um Let's see. Amy Boyd, good to see you. Janet, good to see you. Holly, Emmy Joe, and Blessed Mama, good to see you. Good to see you, Holly S. Well, the gang's all here. Tina Girl 87, good to see you. Lady for Justice. I think I got you. Oh, Justice Jane, good to see you, Justice Jane. Yeah, so I'll go ahead and play this next clip and see what Jen has to say. But I did not hear about Janet. I did not hear about the green hoodie person passing away. Did you hear that, Trishie?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Did you hear about the green hoodie person that they passed
Oh,
away?
I saw that on X today. I don't know if it was accurate. There's a lot of interesting items on X.
there, yes, there are, and it's very wonky to use. Like I don't know. Maybe it's because it's a different platform than YouTube. That's probably it. It's
It's
it's a
totally
user
different.
error.
It's totally different. It's if you have your notifications on and there's an argument between Hong and SF, then you're stuck to your phone, clicking, clicking, clicking because you want to see what the
Oh,
all
right on,
this.
because they're like pinging it. Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah,
You can
because
see.
they're beefing, they're beefing.
Oh my gosh, that's so crazy. Okay, because I do try to turn my notifications off sometimes because if they keep popping in, then I get distracted. So I know exactly what you're talking about. I do. And Emmy Joe says, yes, Green Hoodie is passed away, and it's no as of November, allegedly. Oh my gosh. Emmy Jo says that would completely debunk Ellie questioning her in December. Oh yeah.
My
Oh,
gosh. Oh my gosh. Emmy Joe is a wealth of information. Thank you, Emmy Joe.
thank you. I mean, hello. I'll pop those up because that's, oh my gosh. Yeah, that's interesting. It would definitely negate that. And then Tony FS is or SF investigates is Steve Fisher. So sometimes I say FS. I don't know why I do that, but I do. So if I said it, but he's Steve Fisher. He is the private investigator for the Proudfoots on behalf of Sebastian, I guess. Like he's the one that's looking and digging for answers. I just feel weird saying that, Trishie. I really do, because I feel like it's not something that I don't know. I just don't feel like they're trying that hard, are they? I just don't feel like they are. I don't know. It's just hard. G of Twin says FS works.
FS does. I can add a letter too. Like if you put an O in the, if you put an O between the F and the S.
There you go. There you go. Oh yeah, that's a nice acronym. That's a nice.
I think it's clean.
You're welcome,
and,
Tony.
You know.
Yeah, because he is. I don't know. He's definitely an SOB. I know that. But other than that, I'm like, oh, I just don't. I can't say that he is. But yes, he was hired by the feet, really, and then he's been putting together information. Apparently, Poppy Love. So Green Hoodie is a person. And we still don't know if what Green Hoodie is exactly. Like we call her Shim, or him Shim, because it's like nobody's really come out and said if that's a man or a woman or who they are.
But can I talk about that one thing I sent? Did I send it to you last night?
Yeah. Go ahead.
It's related to Green Hoodie.
As long as it's not Cluminati's toilet.
No, it has nothing to do with that. In fact,
not that you said that to me, because you didn't, but
after I saw that picture, I was cleaning all the toilets in the house extremely well.
It's like when you watch Hoarders and you're like, oh my gosh, I need to go through my crafting stuff. You know, like that's how I feel. Every time I watch Hoarders, I'm like, I can't let this get out of control now.
But there was there were a couple pictures, and I don't even know where they came from. I think it's Lauren her name is Lauren on Facebook, but she's on X.
Okay.
Lauren, and I think I sent you. I'm pretty sure I sent to Terry Lynn, I think too, because I was asking last night if that looked familiar. I thought she was going to give her insight into Green Hoodie, but so that's why I sent them over. But there's a picture. There's a couple pictures, and it shows there's a white truck, and it's in the parking lot. Well, it's across the street of the parking lot at Texas Roadhouse. You saw them, I think.
Yes, I will let me pull it up really quick.
Okay.
Hold on, because I got that somewhere in here. I know I do. Okay, here we go. I just kind of put the bottom one is going to be.
Oh, you're good.
Hey, Scranton Strangler. Good to see you, honey. So yeah, like the bottom one is going to be the one from the Roadhouse, and then the top one is the one from her page, her Facebook, I guess.
Or it's from I don't know. Did you find her on Facebook? I just found her on X, but her name is her handle is actually Lauren from Facebook, I think.
Oh, okay. No, I didn't. I only saw these on X. Like I did see these photos on X.
Okay.
But yeah.
So then, okay. So the picture on the bottom is the one from Texas Roadhouse, and it's in the dark, right? And then if you look at the rims, you can zoom in. They do look like the same. Don't they look the same? I can't, let me see. They look the same to me. And then the style of the truck looks the same. And then did you see the other one? That there was another picture. It shows Katie. It looks like Katie and the guy with the green shirt. And then
this one?
Yes. Okay, there's that. And then there's one more. Oh yeah. So do you see the guy's arm is bent? Do you see that there's another figure? It looks like there's someone in front of Katie, maybe, and they're talking to that person.
It looks like there might be another person in the photo. Yeah, I can kind of see that because it looks like Lauren I'm sorry, Lori is looking at Katie, which Lori is the one in the sunglasses. Katie's in the middle, and then you have a guy with kind of like a mulletish kind of hairstyle, I would say.
It's very suave.
I mean, he's giving Chris a run for his money as far as I'm concerned with that luscious locks. But
it's very luscious.
Now, do you know who this gentleman is? Because we've identified Lauren. Sorry, Lori. I keep calling her Lauren. Lori.
I don't know for sure because there was talk on X, like people, but maybe Emmy Jo knows. I don't know.
I know Emmy's so good. She says that okay, so I saw her say something. She goes in the photo. I know it's hard to tell. This is why. Oops, sorry guys, wrong one. This is why it's so hard to tell because like it does look like it actually is a two-door instead of a
Oh, it
four.
does? Oh, no.
Yeah. Yeah, it
Oh.
does almost but I can't see. That's what the problem was is I couldn't
Oh, there is.
compare them.
Go to the next. Okay. Oh, let me look. I don't know if I can. I've never used this StreamYard business, so I don't know if can I leave this and still keep it open? Can I on my iPhone? Can I
I
go
think
look at my
so.
picture?
If you drop off, I'll just grab you back up. Like I'll just send or you just click that same link I sent and I'll
Okay,
just
let me
bring you
see.
back up. But you could always like pull it up and then oh, but you probably don't have the two phones cuz see that's what I have to work with is these two cuz otherwise as long as the internet doesn't kick me off, which it does that sometimes unfortunately.
Oh, you're right. They don't. It doesn't show the full.
But if you
Um.
send it to me too, I might be able. I was gonna say because it does look like it does actually. When Emmy Joe said that, I was like, wait a minute, it does look like the two-door instead of extended cab to four.
Well, whatever that side is, that called a side. What is it called when the tire, the body of the truck, I mean, the bed of the truck kind of goes out to, it's like something to do with, oh, I can't remember what it's called. But it does look like that kind, on both,
I mean, the window tints match. I will say that because I was saying that yesterday, and then the wheel well part is kind of similar, but that one does kind of look a little bit deeper down. I don't know. Like it looks like there's more space. What's difficult too is the angle of the one
that one.
picture and the nighttime view of it is so difficult too to decipher.
Hmm. Yeah.
That was my problem with it. It was like I can't really tell.
I can't remember what that's called when the trucks do that, but yeah, it does look very similar. And the implication perhaps would be that the person that, the same, that vehicle belongs to the person that is walking up that could be Green Hoodie, perhaps, or connected somehow to, because I think in this
That's
picture, it
interesting.
seems that it's a neighbor.
I'm thinking it might be now. Does anybody know when this picture was taken? It had to have been when Lori was there, and she was there for the Friday night poker game, apparently.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who's taking it. That's
Yeah,
big
that's odd
picture.
too. I know. That's what I was thinking. Like,
Maybe a
who is
neighbor
taking?
did. But why would a neighbor see if a neighbor took it, it would make sense if it's after Sebastian went missing because the neighborhood was on alert.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, definitely. I mean, I'm sure they were really worried about everything. I mean, all even, Bobby's boys were looking all over for Sebastian. So yeah, it's very possible. It's very possible. And I mean, it's just something that's really, really, I don't know. It's just a strange photo. And then also, it's nice to see Lori, but I wish we could hear from her that she would come out and say something.
Mm-hmm.
Because,
Yeah.
if Sebastian was friends with her little boy and she was good friends with Katie, you would think that they would do that, they would at least come out and talk, which no one has from that side. It's very strange.
It is very
Um,
strange. It's strange that, like, you know, a de facto innocent parent in these situations, like Peter Hyatt uses that term, I think, or maybe it was Steven Anderson, I think that's his name, or Johnson, Steven Johnson. He's the other statement analyst that um, is on the Interview Room
mhm.
sometimes, and he did a statement analysis, and he uses that term de facto innocent parent. So I'm going to use that term, but
Go
when I
for it.
refer
Go
to
for it.
it, just sounds, it's just like maybe a behavior, or I mean a profile of a parent that's innocent and found innocent after their child is found, and the parents didn't have any involvement or whatever. when those cases happen, and the behavior is there's like a typical way, right? It doesn't mean that everyone there are outliers, but uh,
Mm-hmm.
I was
Oh
just
yeah.
gonna say, oh, sorry.
No, go
um
for it. I was just agreeing. No, I was agreeing.
Now I lost my train of thought
Oh
because
no.
because I was talking all about Johnson. De facto innocent parents, when they, oh yeah, just in terms of the grandparents will come forward, all the family to ask um for help and plead for, they all just surround the family, right? Isn't that what we normally see in these cases? It's interesting that there are a lot of family members, especially on the Proudfoot side, that are local, and yet we don't hear from them. Like on the news, were they? I don't know. I didn't see any interviews with them on local news either.
No, no, I didn't see any. The only people that have really went on the local news would be just like Seth and Katie and, well, I think actually I take that back because at the prayer vigil, Grandma Robin spoke. So, you know,
Oh,
she,
that's nice.
yeah,
Yes.
she just kind of talked about how well, I mean, she was standing up there talking about Sebastian and then they were kind of filming, um, but yeah, that's one of Katie's old friends. I do remember that too, Emmy Joe. I do remember the interview with Katie's old friend from her Navy days, and they were in the Navy together. And um, that interview was actually pretty interesting. I think there was a lot of interesting things in there, except for they were kind of trying to blame Nina, which I was not a fan of. But
Who is trying to blame me? I'm sorry, I'm trying to look at chat too.
yeah, it was her old friend. It was let's see. It was a QB interview and Clue was on too, but it was an old friend of Katie's and she basically went on there and just talked about knowing them when they lived in California, when they were still just like they were
Oh,
about
I
to kind of get
remember.
divorced.
I remember that.
Mhm.
And she was
Yeah.
kind of talking a little bit of
She was
truth.
a surprisingly neutral. She was
Oh, she
actually
was.
super
Okay.
neutral. Yeah, and
Oh.
I was surprised because I was like, "Oh, I wonder what she's gonna say." And so then I start listening to it, and I'm like, "Oh, this isn't so bad." It's kind of some of it was kind of nice just to learn about the different, just from somebody out, like a third party, than to somebody from Katie's, side of the fence. Because I just kind of felt that it was awkward that she never had any friends come forward for her because um, sometimes that can indicate a lot of different, ABUSE, but then it can also mean that she didn't want to stay in touch. So I thought that was strange because I would hope my girlfriends would come out and be like, Trisha wouldn't do this,
Right,
which
right,
is my
right.
real name. So I just outed myself, but,
Oh, I thought you were saying Trishie.
no,
Trishie is. Oh, okay.
yeah, me, like, I was like, "I hope they know I wouldn't do that," like, and then they would come out and be like, "No, she wouldn't do like, she would never hurt her kid," like,
Lady
but
Freedom
nobody
would
came
never
out and
do
said
that kind of stuff.
that.
Character
Yeah,
witnesses. There were no character witnesses,
no
right?
character witnesses, so that's extremely weird. Really quick, I just wanted to say hi to Minnie, Shadow, Darlene, Metamom, Christy, Detroit Rock City, and Horseman, because I see all you guys. I see all you in here.
Oh,
Um
so Emmy Joe just said that Katie is wearing the same hoodie and ponytail from TRH. I think this is on the 26th of morning. That would totally make sense, right?
Oh my god, if she's wearing the same outfit that she wore out the night before, that's concerning. That is really concerning. It does look a heck of a lot like that. Okay.
The same ponytail. She did not. And her ponytail is very smooth, if you notice. It's very smooth.
Yeah, like she didn't sleep on it. Yeah, that's a good point. Like she was. It's not like she went to bed. Because, like, obviously, if you just wake up at 6 a.m., right? You roll out of bed. You're like, okay, my alarm went off. It's time to get Sebastian ready for school. And then you walk in there. It's not like you're going to go comb your hair, or anything like that. You're just going to hurry up, put clothes on, and go out. Like, I don't even know if I'd put a coat on.
Yeah. You mean
I
if
don't
you're just
know.
going to wake him up in the morning?
Yeah, like, say say you wake up in the morning at 6 a.m., you're not gonna have brushed your hair or anything. You're just gonna kind of like go across the, kitchen and da 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 into his room and
Well,
wake him up.
well, in Katie's defense, I don't know what her schedule is for work. So she could have been an early res or gotten herself ready, then waited till 6. I mean, I have no idea what her schedule is, but I
That's
was
a
just
good
giving it.
point. I mean,
Mhm.
I just always felt like it was so rushed for just an hour, especially if they were saving things till the next day. But you're right though. If she already got up and, washed her face, brushed her teeth, put her, combed her hair really quick, and then she goes to wake up Sebastian, that's very possible. That is very possible.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, we didn't hear what her work schedule is, but let's be real. She doesn't give details for that morning or the evening when they got home. She only gives extra, lots of details from Sunday all day that don't matter to the incident at hand, right? She gives
mm-hmm,
lots of details about what she cooked and all this other stuff, and Google it, y'all, and you know,
mm-hmm.
it's
Spaghetti
interesting.
pancakes,
Spaghetti
colossal popcorn.
pancakes. And it just I try to like put myself in the position like, okay, if that's me, and I've been in traumatic things with my kiddos, and where I've had to call 911, where or I've been a lot of it is medical because I have medically fragile. I have medically fragile children in my parenting experience. So yeah, a lot of stress, a lot of anxiety, and all that. Um,
Yeah.
so but I was trying to put myself, okay, so I'm in this scenario and I don't know where my son is. I don't know that I would go into the detail of what we had for dang breakfast. Okay. I would not.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't even go there. And that's my biggest issue with this couple who had the responsibility of Sebastian, is that listening to their experience or them recalling their experience or her experience, it never seemed, and it just something doesn't fit for me. And then it seemed like each time she spoke, it was worse. Like for me, I was like, oh no,
Oh,
that doesn't even
yeah.
sound
Oh,
right.
definitely.
Like the time when she's rocking, in that video, at least you could see some emotion. You could see some, nervousness, that seemed valid and authentic and everything.
Mm-hmm.
But,
Yeah.
but the extra details and the laughing about things, I just don't see it. I don't feel it. I cannot put myself in those shoes to have that kind of reaction at all. Like, there is no way. I would be like, okay, this is what we did. Yes, we did this. But listen, when we woke up and he wasn't there, and, I would. Mm, 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 I would have all this. That was the thing that was missing too from her, I feel, was that she didn't have like that energy of like anxious energy, like bottled up, anxious, like nervous, worried, frantic. It wasn't there. It was either maybe she's medicated, that's
Mm-hmm.
one reason.
Well, because we didn't hear from them for the first 8 days, like where we could actually see them, but we did listen on Duchess. So Chris
Mhm.
has never shed a tear ever, not one time, not even
And he's
close,
laughing.
like not even a shaky voice or like a tremor in his voice. I understand that some guys are really manly. I get it.
No, yeah,
Or,
my husband's very manly, but he would be very
yeah.
upset. And even if he wasn't crying, he would have visible distress, you know? And I think, at the time where we are right now, in terms of it's been almost a year, the very last time I think I heard CP on a live stream, um, It was very strange as well. Like, as far as the emotion and the weird, topics and subject matter and everything. I thought
Oh
it was
gosh, he has the weirdest topics that he comes up with.
no
He
sense of
really does.
urgency, says Stacy. Mm-hmm.
Sorry, guys, I'm trying to get that where you can see it.
I'm just reading a comment. It says, no sense of urgency. That's
Oh, good.
exactly right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is. Good job, Stacy. That is so true. That is so true. I don't understand the lack of urgency either because most parents, yeah, that you'd be frantic. Natalie from CA, good to see you. Yeah, I mean it's just crazy to think that she wouldn't have a little bit more, I don't know, enthusiasm, or I don't want to say enthusiasm, but yeah, urgency. That's the best word. That is.
Emmy Joe says, another reason I don't think he ran away, because why wouldn't he do it during those 2 hours he had alone after school?
Oh,
So,
yeah, that's true. And that would have been in the daylight, so he could have actually navigated a lot better, like a lot easier through there,
yeah, it doesn't pass the smell test at all.
It doesn't. I'm still tripping over the same outfit she was wearing at the Roadhouse, basically. I wish I could see her pants now, because then I would really compare it. I wonder if she was wearing her PJ pants or like what she was wearing. Because she doesn't say that she changed her clothes or anything. So did she just hurry up and put that same hoodie that she had from last night on? Which is, I mean, because I would do that. I would, if it was, say it was hanging up or something like that near the
Oh yeah,
door.
you would just grab it. Mm-hmm.
Just grab it quick, So I mean, that could be one thing.
One of the things too, when she's speaking about the morning, or yeah, the morning really stands out when she's talking about the morning. The statement analysts, when they break it down, like the linguistic nature of the words that they use and how they recall something, it's like there's a difference between narrating versus experiential language.
Sure.
And it lacks that experiential language. It's like she's reading a book, right? It's like she's reading something versus, oh, look at that, the hoodie, or the blue. It's the blue
I
hoodie.
was trying to put it next to it to compare it, and I was like, oh, I can't do it right. See, and look at her ponytail is like in the same position. Isn't that
You should
terrible
see
how
my
we
ponytail in the
overanalyze?
morning.
Sometimes maybe we do overanalyze. I think we do.
Yeah.
But it's a good point, though. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
Josie, that's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm still sitting here like, really? Hey, Michelle, good to see you. I saw Natalie's comment. Natalie says, I'd think after 8 days you would look like you were just completely defeated and brokenhearted. Well, especially because remember they scaled the search back. So yeah, absolutely, Natalie. I mean, I would be beside myself. Michelle says, hey, Michelle says he wouldn't lock the door behind him.
Yeah, if he's leaving in a rush like that or without shoes and no jacket, no phone, he is not going to turn around and lock the door. What a odd. And the way that they insisted, that's the other thing that's so redonkulous, is that everything was they insisted that these things happened. He had to have run away. He had to have walked out the door. It's just a matter of fact is how they characterized it, which is very red flaggy, right? You don't do that. You would say, I don't know what happened. I don't know. Do you see anything? What did the LEs say? What did law enforcement say? I would not be like, yes, he did. I didn't see it, but I just know this happened. And yeah, it was just weird. Totally.
See, Natalie thinks that she showered in this picture. Let's take a look.
We'll call it the morning after picture.
It really is. Like, it's so hard to tell. I mean, and then also, I don't remember Seth mentioning that her friend was there, but maybe she left before Seth got there, and maybe this was like right before. I don't know.
That's so interesting. Yeah, there were several people, right? When Seth got there, there were several people there at the house, right?
Yeah, like Mama Socks was there, law enforcement, and then Katie was sitting on the couch. And he said that she was the only one that looked like she was upset. I do believe Melissa was there as well. Um, but I know he was frustrated and he just wanted to kind of get out of there and hurry up and look for Sebastian. And yeah,
Mhm. And then because your instincts, your motherly, maternal, mama bear kind of instincts would kick in, and you would want to run out and go look. And that's the other thing that I would say, even before, when she very first said, and I looked really quick and I looked out and then I got in my car and I drove round and I really fast. And apparently, according to the video that Hong said, she was rather speeding at the school site. So she wasn't slowly, according to his post on X. But, when she's recalling what she did, she never went to the neighbors. I mean, hello, you have no idea where your kid is. You're going to hop in the car and drive? I mean, he could just be outside in the front yard hiding behind the car or something. He could be, who knows? You have
that
no
is
idea.
weird.
So, like, I have a special needs child and he's never run away, or gotten lost per se, but
Oh,
he
thank
did
God.
one
Yes.
he
Oh my
did one
goodness.
time step, so I couldn't see him in our backyard, and I was freaking out, but I was running towards where I thought he was and then yelling his name and everything.
Right. You didn't take off in the car.
No,
Like,
I did. Mm-mm.
I
So
hate
it's
to say it like that, but it's like, oh, especially when you say it like that, it makes me think like, no, I don't think that would have been my first reaction either. Um, that it's strange like that. It's strange.
You wouldn't. You just it doesn't. It defies like logic, because he doesn't have a car. He's on foot, right? So you're
Right.
going to be thinking, where could he walk? So you're going to be walking, looking and asking people that may have seen him in your neighborhood. Maybe he went into someone else's yard. Who knows? It's what is it? The most logical first place to do is to the neighborhood, right? And not the
Yeah.
school. I mean, the school could be checked, but it wouldn't be the first place I went at all. And I wouldn't drive in my car
Well,
unless
if
I.
he's like if he yeah, I mean that's the craziest part too. And if she looks by the door and sees that none of his shoes are missing, because that's exactly what she said. None of his shoes are missing. Exactly what she said. So if none of his shoes are missing, then it's just
Yeah, it's
all
not.
weird.
And I also, as a special needs parent as well, um, and my kiddo doesn't have autism per se, but he does have Down syndrome. And but that's my world, so I can relate with special needs parents and the language and the concerns that we use and when we're advocating for our kiddos, and how it's
Right.
important to describe to people. um, and in fact, he had a new therapist, and so I was explaining, different things that are, that are unique to him, and the best way
Mhm.
to interact. The first interview, they are so vague about his diagnosis,
Very
and
much.
and how it impacted him. It was like minimal, because you're like, well, was he verbal? Was he nonverbal? Was he, does he have high needs? And I think that was intentional, my opinion. I think it was intentional to give the illusion or the feeling that he was higher needs. He required more assistance perhaps than he
Right.
really did, because I have a theory, but I'm talking too much.
I don't think they had like Holly S just said, I don't think they paid one bit of attention to him. And I don't think so either, especially listening to you. And then my experience with parents, of children that have special needs. Like you said, they have certain language that they use to advocate. And then also it's like, say you babysit for a kiddo, like a lot of us women would know this, but you're babysitting for somebody and somebody gives you like a list of their allergies and things like that, if they have any, but you know what I mean, like if it, and so about the kiddo, but then with a kid with special needs, you have to know those extra little special nuances that are unique to them, right? Like
Yeah.
like they absolutely don't like bubbles. Like she said that Katie says that Sebastian didn't like carbonation. So of course, like you'd have to make sure that there were drinks that didn't have carbonation in the house, for him to have choices, and things like that. So it's just extra, because like it's just totally different, right? Like, could you explain that a little bit more to the audience? Like, because I value what you're saying. You're not talking too much.
Well, I think, just to give, I'm just putting myself, like I said, in her shoes, right? So she's giving these interviews for the intention of the interview, right, is to give awareness for the community, right, at large. She wants special attention to be focused on her son, and these are the attributes about him. These are things to be concerned or, to look for. It's that's the primary reason why she's on the news, right? She's not there to just talk about he's a great kid and I love him, right? She's here to say, hey, listen, this is my son. This is what he looks like. He does have autism. He might be a little bit nervous to see a stranger, but if you see him, he doesn't have his shoes on. Oh my gosh. And then at that moment, when I realize he doesn't have his shoes on, or I'm talking about it, it becomes real. And then you're going to go, oh my gosh, he's barefoot. He's good. It's cold.
In the weather. Yes.
I mean, that's what I would be doing. And I would be worrying about it. And my husband would be comforting me. We'll find him. It's okay.
Right.
Maybe he's wearing his socks.
There was none of that from Chris. Chris.
And then importantly, just in terms of, helping people to identify him, and if they see him, and maybe also like, let's see. Well, he wasn't wearing shoes, but he doesn't like to not wear shoes, right? Because he doesn't like at least according to Seth, he was worried about fire ants. And I know kids with autism can have, different sensory input issues where they are avoidant to certain sensory. So that means basically they avoid, a certain sensory feeling, or whether it's tactile, something you touch, or it's, they could have misophonia, which is like fear of loud noises, so they're real sensitive to that. And then other kids can seek it. So my kiddo has Down syndrome, and he's very seeking. He loves music. He loves dancing. He loves jumping. He loves tickling. So
did you get the trampoline going? Because I know you were working on that.
My daughter is my helper, and she was like, I'm done. I'm not doing it. She's a senior, so she's over me.
Oh yeah. I know. Believe me, my daughter's grown too. And it's like, when that happened, I was like, well, what about, you don't want to help? All right.
But yeah, I mean, just in terms of those special things that help others to identify your kid, and how best to approach him. And, it was so minimal. Like, they just did not even go there. It was more about like what they did, and it was too calm, and yeah. anyway, yeah, those
So
are
there's
just
just
some.
certain things like say there was a you know, a sensory issue with wet grass or something like that. That would make it so he would absolutely not leave the house with any shoes on. Or say just like the concrete hard on his feet and
Mhm,
cold.
mhm.
I think that would be something that people wouldn't like, you know, just in general, but then also, you know, for someone who has autism, it's just magnified. And so it's like almost like nails on a chalkboard, can't stand it. So I find that to be really, really strange. Good to see you, Buddy Murphy and Ausane. So yeah, I just really, I don't know. I guess we'll just watch the next clip, but I liked listening to your perspective as a parent because I just felt like Katie explaining Sebastian's autism diagnosis just in general, because I can't recall anyone I've worked with that had a chromosome deletion
Mm.
syndrome specifically, you know, because I mostly worked with people with autism, and then also a lot of Down syndrome, people with Down syndrome, and so it was the best job ever. I loved it, but all of the parents were very overprotective and very well, the reason why I knew them is because it was like an activities-based thing, so it was so the kids can get out, and we'd have dances, and we'd have, you know, we did all kinds of stuff, but, you know, just summer camp activities. We did Special Olympics. So, I mean, it was just a different environment. Um, I get that than their child going missing, but it was just even so, like allowing us to go on a bus and them taking the bus and we bring them to events and things like that. Um, you know, we all had to know everybody's individual needs. And I just don't understand why Katie
Mm.
didn't do that to begin. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I
no,
just
you
compare it.
yeah, you have to compare from your experience. That's all we have to go on, you know? And
Yeah.
it was very contrasting. It was very different from listening to that mother talk about her son, and also very defeated. And that's not an energy that I can relate with in that scenario. You wouldn't feel defeated yet because you want to find your kid. Defeated is when all hope is lost, right? So
It's
defeated
absolutely
is
early in the game for that. I
too
definitely
early
agree.
to.
Way
Mhm,
too early.
mhm. And in
Yeah.
fact, you might be angry. I mean, you know, you might be angry and you might be anxious and you might be worried and you might be frustrated. That is more of a typical reaction, in my opinion. Um, I know, like we said, it's there's a spectrum of behavior and reactions to situations. It's not like everyone is the same. So we'll give her some grace. But I couldn't relate with it, and I was trying to put myself, you know, in those shoes. But
Yeah, you do a good job of that too, because I try really hard to do that. But even when you said, you know, she might have gotten up a little bit earlier that morning and kind of gotten ready, I was like, you know, I didn't think about that until you said that, you know, because she could have just done the bare minimum real quick and then, um, you know, I don't know how dolled up she would get for work. Sometimes I wouldn't put makeup on for work. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know. I can't really gauge. It's hard because we haven't been, I feel like we've gotten to know Seth a lot better than we have Katie and then also Chris. So, you know, it just seems like I can see their mannerisms a little bit more than I can see her mannerisms sometimes.
hmm well, she hasn't been exposed. She hasn't put herself out there, right, as much. So, you mean like in general when we're watching her, you can't. Yeah, she doesn't emote as well. She does, or as much.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I
Yeah.
actually thought that she might be on the spectrum at first. And I wasn't trying to disparage her in any way, like to be like, oh, you know, but it was just the way that she was not making eye contact, the rocking back and forth that was this, it's a self-soothing, right? So it's
Yeah.
self-soothing, but when you
Mm-hmm.
don't ever stop, it's very strange when you don't stop the self-soothing, and like the whole interview she did it. And so that to me was like a big red flag that she never stopped, except for when she was making fun of him for not liking the bugs, then she was laughing and giddy and
Yeah,
making weird gestures.
I think that's very strange. I mean, I can't relate with that. I think of it like, so I haven't ever had a child go missing, but I've had kiddos with, in surgery for hours or in critical condition. Those are the kind of scenarios where you cannot break down. You cannot cry. You are holding on, you are praying, you are doing all of these things to, hold yourself together so you'll be there when you're, for your child. So that's kind of the energy that I'm feeling, like, because I'm nervous and I'm worried, but I'm not, crying or anything like that, because I don't want to give up yet. Why would I be doing that? You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't be ready to give up at all. Like I think I'd be a little see, and that's maybe why we relate to Seth too, because he's like not giving up. And so I feel like I would always just want to hold on to hope that I something was good was going to happen rather than something bad, especially when you don't know.
Hmm. It's like
That's so
that
difficult.
Brandy. It's like Brandy, Michael Vaughn's mom,
Yes, Brandy Neal. Yes, yes, yes.
and how she sleeps on the couch because she just was waiting for her son, and it's been 3 years, right? Um,
Right.
you just never give up hope.
And
It,
that's the big difference. That's the big difference that I see, is that right there, is that it's just that little that little bit where mom is like, I can't stop looking. I'm not going to let, no matter what, it's not going to be drama that's going to carry my son's case. It's going to be facts. And um I'm gonna stand up for my kiddo. Like, that's what's so weird to me about Katie, that I cannot relate to her. I can't.
well, I mean, the big elephant right in the room, when we can't relate with a woman that would anybody that's going to sit there and listen to her husband speak about her child who is missing and who has a unique ability, or some call it a disability in some ways, right? A uniqueness. Who would say that? Well, first of all, or I'm sorry, can I say that? Mm, mm, mm. Using a belt on them, right?
Mhm.
And then talk about how he likes to pee his pants.
I mean, when he said that, I was like, "What?" Like, I audibly, like, was like, "What in the heck?" Like, I was so mad. I was like, I can't believe he said that like that. Who likes to do that? And then also, especially if it's something that he was doing okay at, and then, where everything was fine, and then all of a sudden it wasn't. And so,
Yeah, and obvious, and no
no.
child. I mean, even when you're a little toddler and you're potty training your toddler, when they become aware that they, you know, are able to go potty in the potty, they are ashamed. They have a sense of shame when they don't make it. And for
Absolutely, and
him,
they don't
so
like that feeling of, like, wet,
yes,
and, like,
exactly.
number 2 probably especially,
Yes.
yes.
So for him to say that he likes to, and then I also heard him, CP explain so wonderfully, like he does, um, that he needs to learn how to deal with it or fix it or something like that. If we're gonna put a pull up, we're gonna put a pull up, and if you don't
Yeah,
want
making him do it, like, make him wear the pull-ups because he doesn't wanna deal with, like, the underlying issue that's going on.
to, well, he's acting like it's a behavior. It's a misbehavior, right?
True. Yeah, I think so, I think so. I think he's acting like it's like, um dang it, we've told him not to do that, but then look at little Harmony Montgomery, she was getting in trouble for having accidents in the car, and look what she was living in a car, you know, what is she supposed to do? And then she's probably scared to ask because you're always yelling and hitting on her, and, just being the world's worst father, really. Um, Good to see you, Angela. And so,
It's horrible.
But either way, we will. Hi, Nanny. Hi, Nanny needs a Zanny. All right. Well, let's watch this next clip, and we will see what Jen says about the flashlight video.
So on the Pascal show on March 29th, Seth Rogers, and you can check it, it's at the 9-minute mark. And I really wanted to thank the account that alerted me to this, which was the account that I was recently on. And I will put a link at the bottom to her channel, because she also tries to stay very fact oriented. But essentially, Seth says on the Pascal show, when Pascal specifically tries to nail it down with him, he says, listen, I viewed the whole video, and is like, he describes it as a 5x5 card, you know, a smaller video of that. He also says that the time stayed at, I think it was 3:10. Or 3:11, that it was sort of stuck. And so he says, well, it was a malfunction of equipment, right? And that is kind of what we're left with from Seth. Then on June 11th, actually, there was Chris comes on solo, and I've also saw Chris and Katie come on about this. But basically, he comes on and he says, listen, I want to address the flashlight thing. We've spoken to TBI. They've really analyzed it, and there's nothing here to see, folks. Nothing here to see. Essentially is what he says. You could go ahead and look at that. It's a clip. The best one I liked was the one on June 11th, where he specifically just talks about the flashlight video and basically says TBI says nada, nothing here. I want to talk about what Eric Craddock says. He says this on April 2nd in an interview with Nick Barris. And he specifically says about the flashlight video when Nick hammers it in. No evidentiary value. That's a quote. He says that, and then Nick kind of grills him more on it. Well, wait a minute. No evidentiary value now or ever. And he says, well, you know, we don't know what we don't know. It could play a role at a later time. And he also says, I can't tell you what the lights are. That's specifically what Craddock says. This is key to me. I can't tell you what the lights are, but we're trying to say, don't look at the lights. Okay. So this is my take on all this. By the way, 310 is the lights that he's referring to. So we have those statements, and this is the bottom line. I needed to get a lot of clarification on some things. And the bottom line is, I'm telling you, in my opinion, those lights are important. Those lights are not garbage lights. They are in two different areas. They're in two different directions. There might be other lights that are garbage lights. As far as the time frame, we're only told briefly that Seth recalls that the timekeeper did not roll in what he saw. Okay. I think Seth, and I've heard this said by other creators too. I think Seth and I think Katie and I think Chris are following the party line. It's clear to me Craddock was not giving a direct, clear answer. He's given direct, clear answers before. He gave direct answers about the glasses. He gave a direct written answer about the green hoodie when all of that came out recently. He is not giving direct, clear answers about the lights. And furthermore, he's not giving direct and clear answers about whether the parents are cleared. You know, and I understand why. It's an ongoing investigation. And quite frankly, he hasn't cleared Chris and Katie. People can argue he hasn't cleared Seth, and I will also say that he hasn't cleared Seth. But I've seen the information from Seth's work, and he just wasn't there. So I just wanted to reiterate that this light video, for when you go to watch it, I wanted to give you the sources to look at in terms of what the parents have said. Chris Proudfoot, again, check out the June, I think it was released. I think it was from earlier. Actually, I think it was the Chronicles of Olivia where he initially talks about it. But June 11th is a nice, concise little blurb from Chris Proudfoot about the lights. And March 29th from Seth on the Pascal show at the 9-minute mark. Those all say that basically the lights aren't relevant and the
Okay, so one thing I didn't really agree with was when she said that Craddock gives direct answers, because I don't feel like he does. But I could be wrong in the terms of like I'm not law enforcement. So maybe to Jen, it's direct, you know what I mean? And maybe I'm just kind of missing it. But what do you think, Trishie?
I think most times, I think maybe what she's saying is he seems to give more direct statements. He doesn't necessarily give completely direct statements, but more clear and direct statements than this. That was so key, I feel. That's
In
what I put it.
comparison.
Yeah, in comparison, like she's comparing to like how he typically answers. I didn't like because he talked out of both sides of his mouth, right?
Yeah. Yeah, he does. Well, she says the glasses and then green hoodie as the two direct answers, and then she says, but not about the lights and not about the parents being cleared. And then she goes like right back to Chris and Katie not being cleared. So
Right.
I found that to be interesting too, because it's like, well, yeah, green hoodie was cleared in like maybe 48 hours. I don't know when they started working on it, or
Mm-hmm.
how they came to the conclusion. But
Yeah. Well, it was interesting when that little clip where Craddock is being asked about the lights, and they say he says it's of no evidentiary value. Can you tell us what they are? Oh, I cannot. I'm not at liberty to say that. Okay, if they're of no evidentiary value, then what is the big deal, right?
we don't know what we don't know is what he says then. And then it's like, well,
Then
okay, we
why? Then
don't know
if
what
you,
we don't know.
yeah, that's if you don't know what you don't know, then you can't make a statement, a definitive statement that says that light video is of no evidentiary value. You wouldn't say it like that.
I know. It's like, well, like you said, too, both sides of his mouth, because when in one breath he's saying, no, it's not important. In the next breath he's saying, but we don't know if it is or not. And so we're not going to discount
Mm-hmm.
it either. And so
Mm-hmm.
to me, that is not direct, which
Mm-hmm.
she said that was one of the indirect ones. The glasses, yes. Green hoodie, yes. The pants, they did not. um they came out and said no, but it's not like they made a huge deal out of it. But it was very hard to get them pinned down on things too, because
Mhm. They don't want to answer. Which I understand. That's totally makes sense, because if they're suspects, if they're targeting someone or if there's a subject that they're pursuing, they don't want to we've watched enough of these true crime things. They don't want to let
they're
the
not
bad
tipping
guys.
anybody off. Yeah.
Yeah, right. And just like how you said, do you think that they're lying about the trash truck, or the LE can lie or tell, kind of mislead? And I was watching another channel that was really frustrating me, and I had to click it off because I didn't agree with her. But I get so frustrated. But she was
It
saying
happens. It happens.
we have to go with what law enforcement says. We have to listen to what they say. It's pure fact. And I'm like, did you just wake up today? Like, this is the this is not true. The law enforcement can say whatever they want to the public because their most important thing, their top priority is catching a suspect or solving a crime, So if it means, we've all watched the shows where they don't give out all the info and they lead people to think a certain thing. And
Oh yeah.
she even like kind of like rolled her eyes like, do you think they would tell the parents something different? Do you think they would just tell them like it was I'm using a very disparaging voice, but that's just
I
because
think
how
they would. I know they
yeah,
would.
they
Well, like you
would.
said, I know they would. I
They
mean, that's
totally
what's
would.
hard.
Yeah, I think they would because they want, and I think they're putting things, out to see what the reactions and to keep people, complacent and to keep people comfortable.
Yeah.
Oh, it's nothing, it's nothing, it's nothing, right? It's just garbage trucks.
Well, they got to keep the parents comfortable too, so they don't take off and go someplace or lawyer up and then completely not talk anymore. Yeah, I definitely see what you're saying there. I mean, and then also if they do know something, then they're just waiting for maybe them to slip up on their end and say it, you know, because our brains do want to tell the truth. Our brains do um kind of tell on we tell on ourselves either through our body language or sometimes just like you could read between the lines, and I think we've seen that a lot with Chris and Katie, honestly. Where they just kind of tell on themselves because you're like, wait a minute, did you just say in the last interview this? And then you go back and you're like, oh yeah, they did say that. So
Mhm.
it's like,
And
okay,
also along those lines, Natalie from California, she just said, and then CP gaslighting, like he just thinks so highly of Seth. That's the other like hilarious kind of thing that I noticed too is that when they speak so highly in the beginning, they're like, "We are wonderful co-parents," and what was the language he used? He said something like CP. He said something like, "It's not perfect, but if you could pick," it was some real like I don't know, just like building Seth up. And I have a theory that that was to keep Seth from asking questions. Like they're just placating him and oh no, he has nothing to do with it. Oh no, he's a great, blah blah blah. And that sure changed, didn't it? As soon as he started questioning them, whoa.
It did. It did change. Well, and my favorite one when he said in the mint green shirt when he was wearing that when they were in their house, he was like, "We talk almost every day or something like that." And I was
Hmm.
like, "You do not talk almost every day. There's no reason. Like it's not like you guys are going out and like whatever, golfing or, riding
Hmm.
the motorcycles or whatever it is." It's like I didn't see that either. I thought that was really like disingenuine, and I think you're right. I think it was a lot of it was to kind of make it so well, and then also maybe so Seth wouldn't talk smack on them, and so
Oh,
they were like being
totally.
really nice,
Totally.
like, oh, he's a great dad, we love, he loves Sebastian so much, and
Well, exactly because, I mentioned this somewhere. I was typing away somewhere. And, when you think about just typical things that happen with kids and families and the dynamic of, if a kid has an injury and we're super protective parents. And if I'm watching I remember my son when he was only like 3, he put his hand on my friend's fireplace. Like he ran ahead of me with the little other friends and I wasn't aware that they had their fireplace going, and it was one of those gas ones and it had a little vent, and he put his little hand on it, but I didn't know, right, until he comes over to me and he's crying and I see he has a burn. Well, my husband was so upset with me. And he was like, I can't believe that you weren't watching him. Why were you watching him? So the natural reaction to parents and even in a marriage, right? You love it. We love each other. We're supportive of each other, but we're going to
Yeah.
have issues when things happen, right? Under
Yeah.
their watch. So Seth has every
Yeah.
right to be PO'd, right? To be super mad and
That's why Chris was like, "Don't be mad, but we lost Sebastian." You know what I mean? Like, might as
yeah,
well say it like that. You might
exactly.
as well. Don't be
Right.
mad. Hey, Castle. Yeah, I'm like, don't be mad or anything, but you're right though. That is a natural reaction. Like, how could you, let them go touch that? But then you're like, then you have to step back and be like, it's an accident. It happened. Things happen, and at least you didn't try to cover it up. I'm sorry. That was just a little dig at Katie. I'm sorry. That's all. That's all.
Yeah, I actually took
That's
him to the
terrible.
hospital, and my
Yeah,
husband.
well, and see, that's the thing too, because those are the things that if you do that and they go to school and they see it, that's how you get a CPS call that you really shouldn't have probably gotten. But it's just concern because they see your kid has like,
Hmm.
a blister or whatever, I mean, it's gonna happen. My a, f- a friend of mine has a little boy who has Angelman syndrome, and they had to put like an actual like big grate by their fireplace, so that way, because obviously he wanted to go by the fire because he liked it, but he didn't realize that it was too hot even. So like right away they realized we got to put something up. Um,
Yep.
so it's just it's about just kind of doing what you, especially with kids on the spectrum, because they are drawn to certain things and you don't know what those things are going to be until you encounter them, obviously, in some instances.
Yeah,
But
exactly. Um,
oh,
yeah, and the other thing too that's interesting is no security system. Come on now, people. Are we
but Katie
serious?
works for Brinks. She
Yeah.
works for Brinks, so there's no security system, no ring, like not even a competitor or anything like that. It's weird.
It's and yet he's so they're not worried that he's going to elope, you know, aka run away, which is we hear elopement a lot in the special needs world, and um but yeah, he's not an eloper, he's not a runner. Okay, so but he's going to leave the house with no shoes on and no, so it doesn't make sense, but the appearance of being, she wanted to give, I think she wanted to give the appearance of, or they wanted to give the appearance of a higher needs kiddo that maybe has an intellectual disability that's more profound, right? So he maybe, just running crazy, wild, upset, and without forethought, right? Without planning,
Right.
to just give that impression, because it's more believable that way that he might run away without shoes on. He's not, if he's if they convey the true nature of his ability to take care of himself, his ability of awareness of safety, etc. I don't think people will buy it. Like the cops would be like, well, why would this child who is very independent, can and take care of his daily needs, and is very he's very capable, he doesn't need a lot of prompting, whatever, um he's not going to run away without his shoes and his jacket and his phone, right? It doesn't go
Right.
with that story. It does not it's not congruent, it's incongruent.
Exactly. I think that was the hardest part for people. And then especially when Seth comes out and says, well, hey, he was staying like after school until Katie got home and then by himself. And then also when he's with me, he stays at while I'm at work, and he's very used to having his cell phone where he can call his mom or me, and he always needs to answer. Like those are like stipulations that you set up, when you give them the cell phone, like, we expect you to answer the phone. when we call. So I just feel like that that was really weird too. And then also when Seth says that, excuse me, he wants everybody to be on the same page. Like that was very like, and it came out later that happened. But I thought that was like really strange that he's like, hey, you know, just so you know,
Yeah. What is
yeah.
that? Like, what is
Yeah,
that?
he stays by himself. He's a latchkey kid, pretty much, is what we used to call it, is latchkey kid. You know,
Yeah.
um, which is fine. There's nothing. I think that's good. It teaches independence, and if it's only 2 hours, when when Katie, and then also it might be only a couple hours, and then he goes to bed. Um,
What were they supposed to be on the same page for? I don't remember.
that was in the beginning, like right in the beginning. Excuse me, right in the beginning. Uh, I believe it was when he first spoke with Chris. Chris was like, we need to get our story straight. And he also, well, I want to say it was the same day. It was the 26th. I want to say it was the 26th. But he was there for like the first 3 days. He would go home and then come back. So Seth was kind of at their house, but then the GoFundMe thing happened with his sister. And that's when so it was within that first 3 days that he was, and then he also said, well, what are you going to do if this goes south?
Mm-hmm.
To Seth, which I found to be like very scary.
Telling.
And what the heck does that mean? Besides the obvious.
Right. Very, very peculiar.
Mm-hmm. Yes, absolutely. But all right, let's finish Coffindaffer really quick and see what she thinks, because I do, I guess I would have to agree with her that he has been straightforward about the glasses and the green hoodie. Although he hasn't, I don't know. The letter coming out is really what gets me too. I'm kind of like,
Oh, the letter was so dumb.
like, how come you can't come out and talk about it? Like, it was so dumb. And I'm like, how come you can't just come out
Where
and
was the
say,
letter?
like,
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
No.
Where did they like show the letter? Like, did they display, for the public?
I think it was on the website, the Sumner County Sheriff's website.
Okay.
I got it. I screen grabbed it. I still have it.
Oh, Angela's asking what letter?
So Sumner County Sheriff's Office came out and cleared the green hoodie. Let me go ahead and grab the letter because I know I have it on a short. Let me see here. Here we go.
Mm-hmm.
I put it to Shaggy, wasn't me, and made a whole spectacle of myself for that, but
I love
but
it.
it was just because I was being silly and because there was a heated conversation on the channel that night. But this is the letter, guys. Just and it does say for immediate release, and it's dated for December 13th, 2024. We want to address the recent speculation surrounding the individual wearing a green hoodie near Texas Roadhouse in relation to the disappearance of Sebastian Rogers from Hendersonville, Tennessee. We understand the community's concern and the desire for answers in this case. Today, detectives interviewed the person in question regarding their presence on the night of February 25th, 2024. We can confirm that after thorough discussion with this individual, there is no evidence linking them to Sebastian's disappearance. And it's weird that they still won't say whether it's a man or a woman, but I digress. And then it's weird. And they say we appreciate the vigilance and cooperation from the public and all of those involved in the search for Sebastian. We encourage everyone to continue providing any pertinent information that could assist in this ongoing investigation. However, we also urge the community to approach social media rumors with caution, as misinformation can distract from the real efforts to find Sebastian. The search of the Sebastian Rogers, excuse me, the search for Sebastian Rogers remains our top priority, and we will continue to pursue any leads with the utmost diligence. We ask for continued support and patience from the community as we work together to bring Sebastian home. To provide tips, please contact the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations. Thank you for understanding. And it did have the official seal for Sumner County Sheriff's Office. So
Okay.
there's that. But then also the glasses, when they figured out that the glasses were not Sebastian's, then they went ahead and did come out and say that. I don't believe they came out. Actually, I think it was in the press conference that they came out and said that. So, but this time they just put the letter out. So either way. All right, guys, we'll play this next one. Yes, 4.
Craddock says no evidentiary value, but then he backtracks and says, well, he can't really say, he doesn't know what the lights are. You don't know what you don't know. It could play a role. Okay. When you add those 4 statements up from Craddock, that's in my law enforcement experience. He doesn't want to exactly say it's a role, but I think he believes it's a role. And I think that he probably played the same type of discourse, gave the same discourse, I should say, to the parents, even when he showed them the video. And so basically, there would be sort of a meeting of the minds in terms of what was disseminated to the public. What I don't understand, and believe me, I'm not Monday morning quarterbacking. These cases are so hard. I know they've worked their rear ends off, their tails off, their commitment to these cases, just like your commitment to following Sebastian Rogers, what's happening, where's he at, all of that commitment, that's their commitment. Every day that they're out there searching for him through, now they're not searching him more, but they are searching for him through an evidentiary intel method, trying to track down leads and follow him. Again, that's also what Dog the Bounty Hunter and At Night are doing. That's what they're doing. They're taking kind of the scraps, anything that comes in, they're running it down. And I'm so grateful that somebody's running it down, because you never know when it's going to be the right tip. Having said all that, though, I'm just surprised, if indeed it's what I think, and that it is that those lights could be important, that they didn't want to give people a time frame. And this is why this is important. Maybe you go back and you think, oh, wow, I remember as a neighbor getting up at 3:10, like I thought I heard something. Or, 3:10, geez, I thought I saw a light out my window. So when you narrow it down for the public now, and again, I know what they said, and that the machine was stuck at that time. You have to kind of consider it, but there has been no one say, and I went back and looked, that it was a 2-hour time frame, and that, it was the trash trucks. In terms of, I'm not saying the parents, because they definitely said words to that effect, but what was the motivation for that? Anyway, I believe those lights are significant. And I kind of intimated that before, but because I was on a live and a question came up about the mechanism, the recorder not properly working, and that actually it was said that it was 2 hours off, which now we know that is absolutely not true. And I'm here to say that I think those lights could be quite significant. And I challenge each of you on here to look at those lights, make your own assessments. Don't let me tell you, don't let Chris Proudfoot tell you, don't let Seth tell you, don't let Nick Barris tell you, or Craddock tell you. Use your common sense, use your eyes and see what you see, I've done it over and over again, and that's what I see. And I think it is significant because we know it's 6. He apparently wasn't there if we're to believe Katie Proudfoot. And now I think we have somewhat of a time frame. Did the neighbor that had that recording really have just a broken time mechanism? Maybe. Or is that what we're being told? Is that what's being filtered? Is that what's being filtered to us? And if so, why? Believe me, as a former FBI agent, I am not all about it all trying to, muddle up an investigation, hurt an investigation. In fact, quite the opposite. Spreading the word about Sebastian's face, spreading his name, Sebastian Rogers. The more it proliferates, the more somebody might have seen something or heard something or have something that they know, especially at that time of night, that could be important and helpful. Why they want to keep it more quiet, I have an idea. I'm really not going to say it. I think some of you could put your FBI agent and investigator hats on as to why and who they might try to be protecting. But suffice it to say, I feel very strongly that light video is indeed purposeful in their investigation. And I think that's why Craddock left it at, we don't know what we don't know, and it could play a role. So I'm going to leave it at that. I definitely need to link a couple of creators, and I'll do that at the bottom when I get back, but I'm on the run. As we all know, really the light video, it wasn't something we were supposed to see. And how much more is there out there that we didn't see? Probably a lot. And so at the end of the day, we need to really respect law enforcement and know they have so much more than we have. But I just wanted to clarify once and for all with the light video. I think it's significant. And I'll leave it there. You guys, thank you all for coming on. I just couldn't wait, even though I have something to get off to. And so sorry for the winter wardrobe, but it's cold out there. And to all of you, thank you. Please, please don't give up hope for finding Sebastian, and don't give up hope that this case will be solved. We cannot have another Summer Wells. We just can't. Just can't do it. Not for this little boy. All right. Till next time, may justice be served.
One thing I want to say about Jen is that she has a really big heart and she absolutely cares. I could feel it from, through the screen. And then also I need to get a hat that looks like that so I can put my FBI hat on. Because I think that's like the official FBI hat now. She needs a merch store.
Yeah, she did a good job. I completely agree with the lights being significant, and that's why Mr. Cleaner Upper had to come in and try to debunk the lights video. What are we, like 8 months after the lights video came out, or more? 10 months? Whenever that first yeah. What's the significance of, what would be the reason if they play no role, if they're totally just a garbage truck? Why is Proudfoot CP hiring SF to go with some creators to recreate, some YouTube creators to recreate something that's of no significance? Why? What would be the
that was so weird.
It's because it is relevant and they have to get
Yeah.
rid of that evidence.
But when you
I
put
mean,
it that way, that's weird. Like that just the way that sounds, is like, because I kind of had that thought to begin with, like, why would SF want to get together and collaborate with Clue? Like, does she have a background that I don't know about? Or, like I was trying to figure it out. I really was. I was like, is this, but is that what they want us thinking about rather than what
yeah,
we should
well,
be thinking about?
I think it's because if you look at he's very active on X, right? He's
Oh,
very
very,
active. He
very.
wants to he wants to put forth the narrative to boost the CP and KP's innocence. It's more of the defense tour, the YouTube defense tour. Here's the entourage, they're coming, and it's these YouTube creators with the Proudfoots going searching. This is part of the YouTube defense tour, or on the defense, and then clean up anything that gives the illusion or perception that there's some evidence. Oh no, we're going to debunk it. Everything is debunking. That's what he does. And then pin it on other people, make people think. But I commented,
Mythbusters though? Like that's the thing. Is he like Mythbusters? Like Steve Fisher, like Mythbusters. I'm like, I don't believe you. Like unless you're really gonna go out there and recreate something that is plausible. Like what we watched on Terry Lynn last night. It was like when she was playing the mob crew. To me, that seems plausible. Like I don't know what makes other people look at the Cluminati stuff and then also SF and say, yeah, that makes sense to me. Like I'm not making the connection.
Well, and the thing is that you have to look at his job. Like, what is he hired to do? He's hired to find a boy. And he was retained, according to his own words. On X, I follow him, except he did block me. He did block me on X.
He did block you? Oh, no.
It was just because I was asking legitimate questions, and he did not like it, apparently. So that's okay. It's a badge of honor. I'm proud of it. I can still see if someone else, posts whatever he does. But yeah,
I think it is like a happy thing just because of the fact that you must have said something that was that he couldn't answer, which I mean, obviously he tries to answer everything back. So
he said it was how I asked a question like, now, are you hired to make videos about lights and debunk? How does this serve the purpose of finding Sebastian? If it's irrelevant to the case, how is that going to get you any closer to doing your job, right? And then I think I asked him something else, but I'm very polite.
That is a really good. I know, but it's like that is a great question. Like to me, if someone asked me that and I was Steve Fisher, which let me put myself in Steve Fisher's shoes, but like I would be like, damn girl, you got me there. Like, because obviously he's spending a lot of time on something that he says is no big deal. That is, don't look over here. We don't need to be. I mean, so I think that's a really good question.
Yeah.
So obviously you stumped him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. He focuses a lot on these insignificant things. It doesn't make sense, to me. So, hi Star. I saw Star.
Hi, Star. I saw Minnie's comment too. I'm
about lights. Yeah.
I need to get all these hats. I'm excited.
He's worthless. Well, he has a job, and I think it's to clean up all the suspicion. He's almost like a PR guy. Like we got to make his image good. We got to but in reality, why does it matter that law enforcement doesn't care what the public says? what we think is irrelevant. So why are
Right.
they focusing on what we think as public people? We don't matter. It's silly.
True. We really don't. But then it's like something got under his skin about that comment, and I think it's because he couldn't really answer that. Like, because that was a legit question. Like, if you're not worried about it, why are you worried about it? Kind of a thing. So that
Yeah.
was really smart on your behalf, because like you're like, well, guess what? I'm gonna ask you this question. He's like, it obviously made him mad. So that's good. I think that's awesome that you were right there to kind of
And then
debunk his debunking.
he focuses all on Betty, on Betty's case and all of that, and he was posting all of these things, and so I just asked
time.
very politely, like, do you believe that Betty is a suspect in the disappearance or any of these other individuals? So why focus on them unless they're going to bring you closer to your goal, what you're being paid to do, unless that's not what you're being paid to do. You know what I mean? Like, what exactly are you being paid to do?
Right. Yeah, because what have you done to help, like, besides like do the drone footage and then constantly posting on X? Like, that is basically what he does all day every day. And so it's really frustrating because it's like, what
Yeah.
and then I can't even keep up with it, like you said, because if there's some kind of like back and forth, then I know I'm gonna miss something in there. You know what I mean? Unless I do have the notifications going ding ding ding. and then I'm going crazy. And then I'm like, ah.
Austin says he's like a divestigator.
Yes, I know. Yeah, I posted that one up there because I was like, that is good. That is good. I'm trying to get to all you guys tonight. I still have, so I was preparing something that took me a lot. Like, I was really late star, so don't feel bad because I was really, really late. But it's a recording from the sheriff in the Crystal McCrory Jones case, and I want you guys to listen to it because I think that you're gonna find it really, really interesting. So I've prepared one video, and then I'll just play the rest out, but I'm gonna put it in a video format too, so that way you all can kind of see the different pictures and things like that I've kind of found over the last couple of days. But I didn't have a chance to upload it all onto here. But the audio recording is really what we should focus on, because it's very telling about some things that might have happened in the case, especially when we look at some of the way that Crystal was found. It's very mysterious. I will put it that way. Just because I don't want to say too much before I show it, just, because I don't want to sway your opinion, I guess I should say. What do you think about Crystal's case, Trishie? Like,
very suspicious.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's very suspicious. I think that there's a couple of elements that really kind of resonate with Sebastian's case too, in a way, because on a level of maybe even some kind of small town police mentality, and I think it's interesting that we see that when people know each other on a more personal level.
Right. It's where their bias comes in, right?
Yes.
And they don't want to believe that their buddy could be culpable in a crime or something. So they take the benefit of the doubt, or they give them the benefit of the doubt. So then they don't do the proper, protocols, and evidence gets, overlooked and
Exactly.
contaminated, etc. I had a question about the autopsy. Well, it was not the autopsy, but the pictures. Remember when she talked about the bruises
Mm-hmm.
Um, and that did she say that the coroner noticed them and that they were peculiar for her being there after? Now she wasn't embalmed, right?
Well, she was cremated, so I do believe that they would still, but she had a viewing before
Oh,
that.
she did have a view,
So
so she did get embalmed, probably. Yeah.
yeah, but the weirdest part about it is that the coroners did not note the bruising, but when her sister Jana and her sister-in-law Julie went to put makeup on her and bring her clothes and things like that, that's when the funeral home kind of got together and said, you might want to take some pictures of these bruises. This is
Oh.
not normal for when a body's transferred over, and it's just very strange.
So
And
that was before the embalming, right?
I
Because
would
all
think
the blood is
so.
removed. So that's why I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Because all
No,
the
you're
blood,
right.
yeah, all the blood is removed. And so any tissue discoloration would be, you wouldn't really have that at that point, right? So like the tissue looks very pale. Um, my mom just passed away and we had her funeral in September. So we were involved in a lot of stuff, and she had cancer for a lot of years. So, and
Oh.
it was really hard and sad and yucky, but I happen to have a little bit of, you know, knowledge about that. And so, yeah. And then when the body is laying there, is it called, what is that called when the blood pools
Oh,
wherever
livor
it's
mortis. Yeah, livor mortis.
live, not rigor
So, like,
mortis.
some people will call it lividity, but other
Yeah,
people will
lividity.
call it
Yes, yes.
mortis, which,
Okay, okay.
yes, and that's what the blood pooling is. And the thing about it, and I put some pictures in here, so I will say trigger warning times 5 million, guys, because this I put a couple in there where I've covered some things up, but there's certain things that I wanted you to focus on, like where her makeup table was, and how the um, the fire arm was. I wanted you to see the pillow that was at the scene. And when you look at it, you'll be able to see these discrepancies, in my opinion. So, I mean, there's not a terrible amount of them. I did put the main one that I did with the bruising was on her left hand, and it goes like all the way over her hand like this, all the way bruised all the way, and then there's a light part where there's no bruising. Now this is not livor mortis, guys, I promise you. I'm not an expert. It's all in my opinion, but not livor mortis or lividity. And then there's bruising all the way up her arm, as if, in my opinion, that was the only arm that she had to fight with.
Oh my
Um,
goodness. Mm.
because originally, and you're going to hear this in the audio, some of her family members are thinking, because of the condition of her left arm, that it was used in her taking her own life. However, I think it was because I think it was because she was fighting back with that arm, with that hand. So her arm is bruised and her whole hand is bruised. I'll show you. I have a short clip. Thank you, Star. Yeah, because this is a lot. But it's important to put it into context. And when I was reading the other night, I was trying to read very slowly because I didn't want to say anything that I couldn't take back. In other words, what I need to do is find a way to like print these docs out and I can redact, and that way I could read it off of them, because I'm just yeah, kind of old school like that. But I did have it on my phone, and so I was looking from it. And but these are just, I also included a couple of documents that you could also pause when I upload the actual video for this. But just for this purposes, I do have this beginning one for you guys.
Y'all have to excuse me, I got a sciatic nerve that's, this is on. Pretty good. So, anyway, all right, guys. So thank y'all for coming in, reaching out to me. Like I told you yesterday, Jan, I had called and texted, and we couldn't connect for whatever reason.
I honestly think it's my phone. Couldn't place a call this morning to a 1-800 number was saying, so I honestly think that was my phone.
Penny, when she called me yesterday and we were talking about it, I said, well, please call and let her know that she can call me directly. And so anyway, I'm thankful that we've connected here. So anyway,
thank you for taking time.
Absolutely.
We really appreciate it.
Well, that's not an issue.
We just kind of, we've got some concerns. Okay. I've kind of called, and you know, I know as a sheriff that none of this probably rises to the burden of proof of any kind of foul play or wrongdoing, but to us, it just, you know, it raises some serious red flags. One of the first things that kind of caught me is because, you know, I've been talking to Tony throughout this whole thing, and just the timeline of events is concerning to me. Because
I'm gonna kind of take some notes as
sure
as we go along. And, excuse my messy desk here.
I've seen much worse. Okay, well, he told me, you know, this is just me and him speaking, that he had been working at the school all day and had started, you know, trying to get into, he said he spoke with Crystal at 10:06 in the morning, but that he had been working at the school all day long. And when he left school to go, you know, that's when he, you know, was getting ready to leave the school, and he called to see if Crystal had made it to her doctor's appointment, and found out that she hadn't. And he was at the karate school, and that's why he called, I guess, Deputy Matthews to go over and check on the house, or Deputy Harris, I'm sorry, to go and check on the house. Well, here's the thing. We've located his cell phone in Bastrop on that day. He never mentioned anything to me about going to Bastrop, anything like that. And I'm going to touch on some things, and Janet's going to show you the proof we found on a laptop that she obtained that used to belong to my sister. Apparently, she had some concerns with his whereabouts as well. So anyway, we'll get to that in a minute. But, so that kind of caught me off guard that, like, okay, he's telling me that he's at the school all day and didn't leave until he was done. He checked Cheyenne out of school, and they went to the karate school. Didn't say anything about being in Bastrop whatsoever. And another time we were talking, I was asking him about some things. We were talking after they had found the shell casing. And I was asking him, I was like, well, you know, just, to me, that's kind of a red flag. It's such a small bedroom. It's a 15 by 15 bedroom. It's not like you're looking for shell casing outside in those parking lots.
Let me very quickly address that before we get too far off of that. You have to know and understand, sometimes a shell casing is very hot when it ejects from a pistol.
Right.
And when it hits something, it may stick to it.
Right.
We, after we could not locate the casing within the room, because I'm telling you,
y'all looked, I know you did.
We looked hard.
I know you did. And so did cleaners, that's what I'm getting at.
So we kind of assumed, okay, it could have possibly been in her hair.
Right, I get that.
And I may touch a nerve here, okay? So please bear with me. The blood that was in her hair, blood very sticky.
Right.
Okay, possibly it's in her hair, possibly it's within her clothing.
Correct.
That she had on. She had on a robe, a bathrobe. It's possible that it could be within that robe.
Right.
So when they do an autopsy, a body is sent to the autopsy to the doctor just as we find it.
Right.
Robe, clothes, and all. We were hoping that casing
Right.
would be found by the doctor when he does the autopsy.
That makes perfect sense. I
Okay.
get that, but what my concern is,
Okay, so hold it,
Okay.
bear with me. So after Tony calls and says, "Hey, I found the casing. Here's where it was at."
yeah,
Alan, my chief deputy, goes back and he looks at the photos that he took. There's the shell casing in the photo.
in a picture. Okay.
It's there.
Okay, that alleviates that concern.
So the makeup stand, we did not search it with a fine-tooth comb like we did everything else, because it was 5 to 6 feet.
Right.
Y'all know how far it was
Right.
from the bed. It's 5 to 6 feet, probably, maybe even further than that.
So I just wanted to show the chamber, the pew pew. I hate saying that word. I feel like a moron. I just do. I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe I said that. Okay, but it's ignorant. It's ignorant. Okay. But in terms of the hammer being slid back, right? It was in the slid back position, which is cocking it. There is a slide, right, where the casing would pop out the side. So you mean to tell me that the casing would pop out the side and land 6 or 7 feet away? He said between 5 and 6 feet, and then he said, hell, it might even be 7 feet away.
Oh my.
And that makeup table is in the corner, right? So you see her bed. I blurred her out because I did not want her family members to have to see that, or anybody really. But I made sure to blur that part out. There was her makeup table on the one side that was pretty much like kitty corner from where she was. So in all reality, the shell casing would have just slid out the side of the pew pew and would have landed somewhere near her, whether it was maybe on the floor near the bed, but it would land somewhere near her. So that's my take on what would have happened, just based on doing a little bit of research. But also the pew pew was pretty much stuck, right?
Oh.
Because that hammer goes back when it's fired.
Oh.
Yeah, like if you're pulling it back, you'd pull it back and then you would pull, and in that case, it would fire, and then the spent shell casing would pop out the side of that chamber. But instead, it was locked completely. It was stuck. And so it's very hard to believe, even for her family members. And now this is her family members having this meeting with the sheriff of West Carroll Parish. And this is in Louisiana, guys. So
Did they have I wish that I wish they could get their own, like, firearm forensic person to analyze it. Because the sheriffs aren't, I mean, it hasn't been elevated. Like, the case is still closed, or...
Well, there's in at this point, what they're saying, and what they were basically saying is that it's not closed yet, that they were still investigating at this point.
Oh, that's
However, they immediately ruled her passing as self-inflicted.
Mm-hmm.
And so after only a 7-minute interview with her husband.
I heard that. I could not believe how, like, oh my gosh.
Yes. So at this point, her family is just going in to speak with, they reached out to, and I'm sorry, Sebastian, let me take you off there, bud. And they spoke to Sheriff Scott Matthews, who is the one with the white hair that's not wearing a hat. And the deputy, Chuck Harris, is the one that did the well check. So he was called on his cell phone. And so this meeting took place on February 23rd, 2023, 14 days after Crystal had passed away.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll tell you what the report says really quick. Just bear with me on this. Okay, Tony Jones called my cell phone. Now this is Deputy Chuck Harris's statement. It says Tony Jones called my cell phone at 4:23 p.m. and stated he had been unable to make contact with his wife by cell phone. He asked me my location and if I would drive to his house to see if his wife was home or if her tan Chevy Tahoe was in the drive. I arrived at the residence and located the vehicle. I knocked on the door but got no response. I called Tony again and told him no one answered the door. He then asked me to go inside and check on his wife. He gave me directions to the bedroom, which I find really strange that he gave the directions to the bedroom.
That is really weird. Is their
Yeah.
house like enormous or something? Like,
No. No, ma'am.
You know, like who's not going to just search around? Like, hello, are you here?
Crystal,
hello,
hi,
Crystal.
ma'am. Mrs.
Right.
Jones. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And then, so he goes on to say, located on the south end of the house was where their bedroom was. I observed his wife in bed with a pew-pew wound to the head area. I called Tony back at 4:41 hours. Or excuse me, that's military time. 4 p.m. 4:41 p.m. and told him his wife was deceased. I asked him where she was, or excuse me, I asked him where he was. So he's like, Chuck says, where are you? And he stated that he was at karate practice in Oak Grove, Louisiana. A short time later, he arrived at the residence. The case was turned over to Alan Irby, which he's wearing the hat right there, guys, who did the inadequate inquiry, in my opinion. and gives the contact info because her son was in the Navy, right? And so that's basically his statement, stating that he went into the home, was told where the bedroom was. And then another really curious detail, on February 16th, 2023, the spent shell casing was found on the vanity, on her table.
Oh.
Yeah, where she, her makeup table.
So who put it there?
I mean, even her brother was like, that's what we're trying to get at. I mean, the cleaners came and cleaned up, and then also the police were there, and several officers responded, and they didn't find it.
Oh my gosh.
And he was the one that found it. Yes, I did know that, Chief. Good to see you, Chief. I did know that CP and Craddock are both Navy. Yeah. Yeah, they're both Navies. So I mean, I just find it to be so strange that that this all happened the way that it did, especially because um the police are kind of, well, they shoot them down every time. They
Mm-hmm.
try to, you know, every time they say a theory, they'll just shoot them down and be like, well, no, not like that. And you'll also hear Scott Matthews, Sheriff Matthews, he gives like a lot of personal anecdotes,
Right.
which is a little bit different, you know. Chief says, well, there's a cover up. In both cases, I believe that. I really do. I think there's some issues in both cases
Or,
with.
you know, non-feasance, right? When you don't want to do the investigation. Because let's face it, if it's a um, if it's a self-inflicted situation, they don't have to investigate anything. They don't have to get, you know, employ more manpower. They don't have to do more, you know, late nights. They can just chalk it up to, but if they have to open up a whole, you know, investigation, they have to work hard. And they would rather just poo poo the parents and not pew pew, but poo poo. I mean, not the parents, the family, right?
Yes.
And say, oh, you don't, you know, bless your heart. You don't really know what you're talking about. Right?
Exactly. Exactly. I mean, that's the whole problem. I feel like they've, you know, every time they say something, it's like, no, it couldn't happen that way because of this. But he doesn't give any really good solid answers. Here, I'll play this little, well, we'll play some and like stop and talk about it because it is a lot. It's a lot.
We just did not search that top of that makeup stand. Maybe like we should.
Oh, can you turn it up a little?
There in the photo, you can
Oh,
plainly
yes.
see the shell casing is laid. Okay. How five sets of eyes overlooked that. Okay. Well, that kind of does address that. Please no one understand. I have no doubt in my mind it was an oversight on our part that we didn't see it. It's laying there. And you can plainly see it in the photograph. Okay. So, well, that was my concern. It kind of seemed to me like that maybe it was placed there after the fact, after all the cleaners and everybody, but that alleviates that concern. But here's another thing. When we were talking about the showcase, I guess I can go ahead. No, I don't need to, but we were talking to discussing the showcasing issue and everything, and I was like, well, you know, a lot of things are going to ride on time of death, and you know, I asked him, I was like, has anything been heard from, what do I get from the forensic pathologist insofar as no time of death, just kind of preliminary stuff? Yeah, they ruled it 5 hours, probably. He said right around 5 hours after I talked to him. Well, I thought Take Burby said, I haven't heard anything from Little Rock as far as time of death yet. No, as far as what Tommy is saying that he knows. Well, so let me.
And just so you all know, they did send Crystal to a coroner out of state. So that's why they're talking about Arkansas, because she was sent to Arkansas. So just for a little bit of context. And then also Tony, her her husband, is saying that they do have the preliminary reports back, but they didn't at that point.
And Tony had a previous employment with the sheriff's department. Is that right?
Yes, like a very short-lived one. Like he'll talk about it, but you can tell that he really doesn't want to talk about it. You know, he's very hush hush about the whole situation.
Please don't take it like that. I'm not. But let me try to shed some light from my perspective on your issues that you have. Okay. He knows the last time that he spoke to her. He knows probably from me that it was a gunshot wound because I told him that. Yeah. He days on end wondering what happened to your wife in there. Yeah, Tony was a gunshot wound. A single gunshot wound at that. Everybody, no, double. I'm saying that he's next to Ken. Y'all have to be frank with him. So, I probably provided that information to him at some point to say, man, it looks like, it looks like she's been there 4 or 5 hours. If you talk to her, I don't even know the exact. So nothing from the pathologist. Absolutely not. There's nothing from them. And he, the pathologist and the doctor up there, is not going to relay that information to anybody but me. He's not going to relay it to you. Exactly. That's why I threw a red flag for you. Because how are you to be able to? Me knowing Tony, I almost could see where maybe in his mind he construed that. Maybe that's just me. But anyway, another concern that we kind of had is they were having some serious financial issues. Which is related.
And I'm just going to pop this up really quick, guys, so just bear with me on this, because I got to take this down really quick and put this other one up. But I want you to take a look at Tony so we can see him, so he can get his credit where credit is due.
Me through my conversations with Crystal and to Jana. When her old son Courtney called her about a month ago to let her know that him and his girlfriend were pregnant and she was going to be a grandma, she was elated by the news, and we were kind of talking about it, and she just kind of brought up the fact, she was like, well, all Tony seems to be concerned about is I'm going to have to max out another credit card for me to go and see my grandchild in upstate New York. Nothing illegal about being an asshole. I'm just going to be frank. I understand that. But what it told me is that they have really hardcore financial strain going on in their life right now. A lot of maxed out credit cards, things of that nature. She said they had to spend a bunch of money repairing a vehicle, all that. But this kind of leads to where what Janet's going to show you. They went from having some really difficult financial issues to there's some money coming in now. There's a rental property in Tennessee. There's been a rental car secured in Hawaii. Just kind of spitballing here. It looks like he's getting ready to leave. He's getting ready to dump some of his stuff in Tennessee and go to Hawaii for however long. That's not, like I said, I know it's not illegal, but it's raises a red flag here, especially, for the family. We've been just digging into his past criminal history. He hasn't stayed anywhere for long. He's bounced around all over the place. And my concern is if my sister found out about some of these things and the dating sites he was on, she's got proof of all the dating sites that he's been on for the past couple of years. If my sister found something that could have put him in legal jeopardy, I wouldn't put it past him to try to stage something. I'm just going to go ahead and throw that out there. And I know he's well known around here, and frankly, that doesn't comfort me. It raises some conflict of interest issues. Not really, you guys are professional. I'm not disparaging law enforcement at all. You guys are pros. But what I'm getting at is there may be unconscious inherent bias of what would normally sell like what Tiff Burpee told me. I've known this guy for 20 years. That kind of, it's kind of like, well, maybe you should separate yourself from it a little bit because you're close to this guy, But there's just a lot of red flags. So let me ask you, and again, I want to be as transparent and clear because I don't want there to be any question. What do you have concerns that my office is not looked at this? No. Okay. Not at all. I'm just saying that we would like maybe a second look because there's some new things coming to light. He has an update on y'all. This case, as with every other case, is never closed. Nobody has closed this case. Okay. So if you got that assumption, let me clear that up. The case is never closed. Right. I've got a double homicide from 1972 right there that happened in Epps right there in this file. It's never closed. I look at it from time to time to say, man, did they miss something then? Right. That maybe I could pick up on. So a case is never closed. Just so I'm clear, I'm not, like I said, I'm not disparaging your department or Detective Irby in any way. You guys are, for all I know, there's a reason you're in your positions. You've excelled. You've proven yourself to be good at what you do. My concern is that there may be any kinds of bias, like, well, I've known Tony for 20 years, and he would, maybe side was overlooked, or, maybe there's other avenues of, investigation that might prove helpful to you. Because if there is any kind of, anything that can be proven or things that come up later, I really want to get this pathologist report back, but I understand it's going to take some time. But I also have concerns about her being right-handed. And it appears, and I know we're not going to know this for sure to the coroner's report, but I've seen the body. It looks like her non-dominant left hand was used. There was bruising on her body. How do you know the left hand was used? That's what I'm saying. When we get the coroner's report back, no. So let's answer these questions as we go. And again, I'm not trying to poke holes in anybody's case. Yeah, and I do. So I want to know, how do you know her left hand was used? It looks on the body. It looks kind of like, the entrance wound, the exit wound is on the right hand side of the head. I was in the National Guard. I sold firearms for a living. I'm quite aware of ballistics, things of that nature, and it just looked funny to me. And like I said, the exit wound by a photograph or just the funeral? Just before the makeup was applied. I had to apply makeup. Okay, yeah. So you think that the exit wound was on the right hand? Yes. Like I said, that's going to be in the pathologist's report, but statistically, I've looked up, all these statistics from the FBI website. It's very rare that someone uses a non-dominant hand. It's also very rare that female, when they do use a firearm, it's very rare that they, head or face. It's generally to the body, but it's extremely rare for non-dominant hands. That raises a lot of red flags for me. Just the logistics of, and like I said, all that's going to be, in Dr. Parade's report. But it raises a red flag for us. And anyway, like I said, it just kind of seems odd to me. This has criminal history or things he's been accused of that he is making plans to haul ass. This Hawaii thing, is this something, is this a trip that he has planned?
No, he was, I'll show you the.
Okay, I'm done.
Her brother gets frustrated and leaves the room.
Stopped at the bakery barn, and then he shows where he was at Forest High School from 1201 to 243. And then I had to practice on a little different because I thought. Then he drove to Sonic from 325 to 357. Then Walmart Supercenter, 411. And then this was the same thing, just kind of broke up a little bit. And then he drove home. Driving on Oak Road from 416 to 437, and then home. He didn't actually call to check on her at the doctor's office until 416.
Consistency badly.
Yeah, because that's when he Google searched She's Care Medical Clinic in Lake Providence, where her doctor's office is. I have copies of all this, so this is yours.
Okay.
I was telling you that he deleted contacts out of his phone. I don't know any of these people. Okay. I do know that a doctor, this is how it was listed in his phone. I printed this straight out of his Google account. But Dr. Williams, he had it listed as a coroner with a cell phone. These are all deleted from this phone. Gives you the actual phone on February the 8th, the night before she died. Pastor Smith, a Chief Deputy Smith. Now, he deleted the phone number before he deleted the contact. A Taylor, Carroll Road. Like I said, these are people that he deleted. No other people were deleted at his phone ever.
Where does it show a date? Okay, I see.
All of them don't were date. The only contacts he's ever deleted out of the phone, all from this phone. That deleted it from the Samsung Galaxy, and this is the phone he uses. That's linked to the Google phone.
So really quick, guys, I just want to reiterate that these contacts were a coroner, a pastor, and a deputy that were deleted out of his phone, and that was the day before Crystal's passing. Trishie, did you want to say anything about kind of what we've heard so far?
I couldn't hear very well on my. I couldn't hear super well when the voices got a little bit quieter. But I did
Yes.
have a question about the text that you were showing. So is that what you were showing was deleted, or?
Yeah, so the numbers that were deleted, and we'll be able to see it a little bit better, like once I put them
Oh,
in
I
the
was gonna have
video.
you. So they're just contacts that you're showing, or are they texts?
Yeah, they're just the contacts. So like on the one side, it'll say February 8th, which is the date that they were deleted, and it'll say deleted date, and then why was it deleted? Um, It'll say deleted from the Samsung, and it shows his phone. But then on the side, it gives all the contacts that were deleted, and he deleted a bunch of them out.
Oh, that's so weird. Why would you delete the contacts? That's so.
Especially like the weirdest part too, I think, is just like who he deleted out, like that pastor and the coroner, and like why would you have those numbers to begin with?
And that was before she passed away?
It was the night before.
What?
Yeah. It was the night before, and her sister was able to
Oh
get
my
into the
goodness.
account from her sister's laptop and find all of this out and say, okay, what are all these contacts that are being deleted out?
That is bizarre.
Yeah, it's really, really bizarre. And I don't
I mean,
understand. And see, he said he was at the school all day long. He said I was at the school all day, and then come to find out he was all over the place that day. And it, because it shows where he was based on his Google location, was pinging him
oh.
around and like logging it all.
And he's a janitor, right? A custodian?
He's a maintenance guy. So at that time he had contracts with like the school. He's well known in terms of like the HVAC community kind of thing, where because he does HVAC.
Oh,
But
okay.
then also with the karate school that they had, he was well known for that as well. And I did check up on the accreditation for it and things like that. Like they were going to tournaments and things like that. It was a legit karate studio. But parents started pulling their kids out of it
Oh.
for unknown reasons.
Oh. Oh.
Yeah, because they were worried about something that was going on, and then that was putting financial strain on, Crystal and, well, Tony too, but it was it's very bizarre how the parents just decided to pull the kids.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you see like they would have like potlucks, and they were like they would have belt ceremonies and things like that, which I find it to be very, very odd that they would just pull their kids out for no reason. And then when Crystal passed, he's like, we're not going to have any more classes because Miss Crystal's not here.
Mm.
And it was immediate.
I wonder if any of the family has tried to reach out to any of like if her sister and her brother, have they reached out to any of those families, like, the clients, the students at the karate place, and maybe asked around? Because I know that, whenever there's scuttlebutt, like in a gym, like a gymnastics, I just remember this happening. And one of my family members was heavily into gymnastics, and there was something happening in that setting, and
Mhm.
word got, because you have parents, you have moms talk, okay.
Moms talk. Yes, we do.
So the
Yes, we
moms are going
do.
to talk about all the goings on and what the rumors are, and they'll know. So maybe that's something that they need to do.
I mean, I agree. I agree. It's definitely
Because
something
that
that
might.
is, I'm wondering what the moms were saying to each other, like you said, because if there's like, I like that word, it's scuttlebutt, if there's anything in that's going on, the moms are going to kind of get in their little chats together and talk, right? Or
Mm-hmm.
just close friends, like say I pulled my kid out and then you would be like, why'd you pull your kid out? And I would, well, did you hear this happened? And,
Mm-hmm.
that's kind of how it
Mm-hmm.
goes, but apparently it was pretty quiet. In terms of just not a whole lot of word on why. Um,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Star says there are 0 negative reviews, so I wonder if there was some hush hush pressure. I mean, it could be anywhere from, anything from what I'm thinking in terms of if I was an investigator, which I am not, but if I was looking at this from that perspective, I would say, okay, could, there was obviously, if we're going to say that it was foul play involved and it wasn't self inflicted, then it was between the two of them, obviously, right? So the husband is statistically, or the wife, the intimate partner, that is statistically the higher risk for unaliving or violence, right? So
right.
you're going to look at that and like could something have come out, there was inappropriate somethings happening, and then she found out and she confronted him, and that could
Well,
happen.
and I know about like the infidelity thing was a really big red flag for the family because they were like, well, if she found out about that, that could have started a major argument.
Oh yeah.
Rightfully so. I mean, obviously, you're going to be like, who is this person? Or if there's more than one person or whatever,
Hmm.
yeah, there's going to
Was
be.
it a young adults were there, like teenagers, as far as the student population, like the ages for the karate?
It looked like I haven't been able to do a very extensive deep dive, but the one that I did is it basically looked like it was all ages, and then they had, like the young adults too.
Mm.
So, yes, there were all ages of kids that were participating, and then different age groups.
Mm-hmm.
Because I and that's one thing that I'm not 100% on, in terms of like how it goes. I know some of it has to do with weight too, I think. Um, but I haven't been able to really deep dive into the type of like karate that they were teaching or martial arts. They say they called it a martial arts studio. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it was like jujitsu, taekwondo, like I'm not 100% on that, but and then as far as my research went back, it seemed like he had started it and he really did a great he or she did a great job when she came into it. It was a little bit shoddy when he was doing it on his own, in my opinion, just from the pictures that I've
Mm-hmm.
seen on their website and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. And
It
and
is weird,
then
Ausane. It is weird.
were
Thank you,
they
Bunny.
sorry, were they did they hire, were there multiple instructors or just Tony, or did they have
Yeah, so
staff?
there was a man in there that was very prevalent in like the photos, but then it looked like he kind of dwindled off somewhere. It doesn't seem
Mm.
like he was with them at the end, from what I could see. Um, which was also interesting to me because I was looking at the same thing, Trishie. Like, that's funny that you asked that because I was kind of trying to figure out the same thing. I know that there was a ribbon cutting that happened a few years after he started it, and Crystal was there with the big scissors, and they had the ribbon, and it looked like a really happy kind of celebration day for them to um, be celebrating, a new studio. So, and I'm guessing that that was the last location. Um, but I mean, there's pictures of, cake and, them having a great time at the belt ceremonies and things like that. So
And
it
so
just
they
seems
had
like
several locations.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, they had several locations.
Uh, you know, I think he had one, and then I think that they got the second one. But I'm not 100%, but just by the photos, it seemed that that was the progression. Like, um, he had the studio, and then he and Crystal got married, and she was helping full time with it too. Um, because you could see just after that ribbon cutting, it was just a nice clean environment. It was very well put together. In my opinion, she really helped with that and put her whole heart and soul into it.
Wow.
You know what I mean? You know what I
Mm-hmm.
mean? So it's just it was one of those things where, yeah, it, and I'll add in more pictures into here too, so people can see how it progressed and everything like that. But just she really put her heart and soul into it, you could tell. And you can tell the kids liked her a lot. Detroit Rock City, that pillow bothers me too. That pillow is very worrisome. um and I was trying to find a way to show it in a way that way I didn't show too much of what was going on, but I wanted people to focus on that because the pillow was lodged underneath of her arm,
Mm.
right? So if, let's say, she used the pillow as to silence the pew pew, well, in that case it wouldn't have been underneath her arm like this. It would be up towards her head, right? But we didn't see that, and it is very bothersome to me too, because they were also saying that she had a limp wrist effect, which um, again, if she's holding the pillow in between her head and the pew pew, then she she's going to be holding it steadily and hard
Mm-hmm.
fast to her head, right? But I don't think that's what happened at all.
Mm-mm.
No, I don't. And um so it really looks staged. And then also, if we're to believe that it's just a single wound and that was what took her from her family, um then she wouldn't have been able to cock the gun back. You have to physically click it back, and then, because what they were saying was that it was too hard for her to how do
To
I say
aim.
it? Well, yeah, but it would be too
Like it
hard for
needs
her.
two hands, don't you?
Yes, because you would and then fire, right?
Mm-hmm.
But when you pull it back like that, and then it fires, and then the shell casing pops out, right? And then the next one goes in the chamber, and then it closes, and then for you to fire it again, you have to pull back on the hammer and then pull, right? So if she
Mm-hmm.
was to dispel the bullet, right, then it I mean, she would have to have it really, really close, and then also it would, um, it would be very hard for her to do that with one hand. So
Yes,
that's
yes,
why
yes.
her family thought that she used her non-dominant hand, because that was the one that was bruised all over here and then all the way up here. And so that's why they thought that the impact from the pew pew was the reason why she had all the bruising, because they were like, how come? Because her dominant hand, her right hand, was completely clean, as you saw. And I know I blurred a lot of it out, but it was completely clean. The gun was filthy dirty. um, and so that was another reason why that mechanism, the hammer, would have been stuck, is because of a dirty
Oh,
pew pew.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, but I really do believe that that was the reason why they were asking about her um, non-dominant hand, because that's where all the bruising was. And then for her not to have any type of, and they didn't do any gun residue testing, guys, just so you all know. They did not
Mm.
do any of that. They didn't test Tony, her husband. They didn't test her hands. They didn't test the deputy that found her, Chuck Harris. They didn't test anybody. They did a 7-minute interview and they ruled it to be self-inflicted by Crystal. So they
Mm.
blamed her.
Mm.
Yeah.
Read Rebecca Casella's comment. The one
Hi,
right
Rebecca.
above.
Is
She
it the last
said,
one? She says, I highly doubt that she did it herself. I highly doubt it either, guys. I
mm-hmm.
really do. It's not easy to rack for a reason, right?
Yes, that one. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, because I'm struggling to find different words, Rebecca, so I appreciate rack, because I don't know if YouTube will bust me for that one. So, super sus. Yeah, us saying super sus. I believe that this was like completely mishandled. It was actually, there was another pew pew on behind her on the bed. They have a shelf on the bed that goes up, right? Like kind of like a headboard. Well, a headboard, yes. And then there was a box that said Dad's on it, and there was a pew pew in there. But according to Tony, he claims that there was one in Crystal's purse, which was a 9mm, and that was the one that was used in the crime. And I just find it really hard to believe that she wouldn't have. I mean, it all doesn't make any sense. It's all very, very curious. But he definitely said that she carried that one in her purse for protection. Although Jana said on the show the other night that she's never seen the purse. She doesn't know where the purse is. He went off and got a whole storage unit and put all of her belongings in it, and didn't allow her family members to get any of her belongings either. Like, Janet was very lucky to get the laptop.
Mm.
Thank
Now,
God she did.
Did they let on to him that they were upset with him and suspected him and everything?
No, they did not. They just said, you need to come down to the station and answer some questions, and they did the 7 minutes, and then that
I mean,
was it.
the family. Did have the family?
Yes. So he spoke mostly with her brother Dane, who was the one that was in the meeting. So he was pretty fed up at that point, because he'd been lied to by Tony like several times. He was like really over it, and kind of like, this guy's not telling the truth at all,
Mm-hmm.
No, they didn't do any shot residue testing at all. No. Not on Crystal, not on her husband, nobody. Not even the guy that found her.
I wonder if you could type the name, unless this is private. You type the name of the karate or the MMA studio or whatever.
Oh, Inner Peace. It's called Inner Peace Martial Arts.
Oh, okay.
Yep, it's also in Oak Grove, So it's a Louisiana. It's in the same area where they live. So it
Okay.
was about like a 12 to 14-minute drive from the studio to from Inner Peace Martial Arts to their home. And for some reason, and then also he said that he had a class full of students. Apparently he did not that day.
Oh.
That was a lie. That they also he pulled his daughter out of school early that day, and they also didn't question his daughter, who was 15 at the time, but she was with her father for the remainder of the afternoon after he takes her out of school.
I have a question too about what was the other question I had? What was the reason given by Tony for needing to call and check on her? Like, was that something he typically did? Like, my husband would not just randomly like make a cop go check on me. I mean, I
I
don't know.
know. Well, he Googled the phone number to the doctor's office. So she makes a doctor's appointment that morning, February 9th, 2023. She makes a phone call to the doctor's office to set up an appointment for 2:30. So she's got a 2:30 doctor's appointment, but he doesn't Google the doctor's office phone number until 4:30. And then at that point, he calls up there and they're like, no, she didn't make her appointment. And that's when he calls Deputy Chuck Harris and
Yeah, I
says,
mean, did she
what's your
have a health?
location?
Did she have what? That's suspicious. Unless she and him unless the two of them had some plans together, right? Or she was supposed to be there to teach a class or something. But
So
what was
she
your?
was, according to him, she was supposed to come help teach class that night.
But I mean, at that night, did she miss it? The time frame, or?
No, like she knew. I mean, she would have known that, and I'm assuming she would have headed over there after her doctor's appointment, because her doctor's appointment was about 2:30. Well, it was at 2:30, and then she would have gotten out of her doctor's appointment and then went to the martial arts studio. Well, according to Tony, that was the plan.
Did he call anyone else besides the cops? I mean,
No, he didn't call it. No, he called Deputy. The deputy. He called. He called Deputy Chuck Harris's cell phone and said, "Hey, what's your location? I can't get a hold of my wife. Can you
oh,
go
that's
check on her?"
totally suspicious.
I know, another one that we don't call 911 when there's an emergency.
Well,
we
we
call our
don't.
friend.
I think it's extreme lengths to go. I could see if like he checked around already, and she like, let's say she's supposed to teach a class at 4 o'clock, and she has her doctor appointment at 2:30, and she doesn't show up at 4 o'clock. And also, did he keep track of her like that? Did he know when her doctor's appointments? Like, my husband does not. I don't know. We're just not like that. So I do independent things, and if he needs to know about it, I can tell him. But it's not like he knows my every move. Like, oh, you didn't make your doctor appointment? I'm calling them. You're not here on time? I'm calling the cops. Like, what? It's a little extreme.
I will say that Tony did call her boss 3 weeks prior to that to tell them that she was coming back to her insurance job, and I found that to be completely bonkers and like a red flag for ABUSE, because who calls someone else's job like that?
Yeah.
Like, unless you're being crazy.
Yes.
I mean,
Control. Yeah.
Because we're all adults, right? We can handle our own bosses. I mean, that's almost, but really quick, I just wanted to answer Rebecca. No, they didn't do any forensic testing. It doesn't seem like they did some ballistics testing, but they didn't do any type of, I mean, maybe they were thinking because they were both registered to him, to Tony, that his prints would be on them as it is. But there was an autopsy report, Detroit Rock City, and also a toxicology report. So the toxicology report did have she had a cup of coffee, so she did have caffeine in her system. Yeah, which was weird because obviously she was getting ready. She was in her bathrobe. She was getting ready to go to her appointment. And so she had coffee. So the way that she was lying in bed when um, Deputy Chuck Harris comes in was very odd to me as well, because it was almost like, and also her sister straight up said that she had way too much dignity to lie down and do that and not get dressed. So she probably would have gotten all dressed and ready and done that and had a note,
Yes.
and you know what I mean, and everything like that.
And she's not going to make why would she make a doctor appointment to go to when she's planning on offing herself? That doesn't.
Exactly. And why would she do that when she was just told she's going to be a grandma for the first time? Yes. And then also she had just passed an exam, a state board exam for her insurance. She had always worked locally, but she never obtained her state licensing, but she did, and she got over 90%. So she passed it, with an A, which is fantastic because it's really hard to do those. It's just super hard. And so I think it was really important to kind of note that part, because she had things to look forward to. But they'll talk about it here. Let's see. Star says, "Lady, was it the police report that got everything wrong?" There was several discrepancies. So the police reports were pretty spot on because I think they were, very careful about what they were writing, especially because it was a cell phone call to Deputy Chuck Harris, and then all of a sudden, you know, this happens. And so I think they were careful, but it was the coroner's reports that were really, like, where they spelled her name incorrectly, where they just wrote the wrong date, they wrote the wrong time, they scribbled it out. It was really sloppily done, really poorly done. Um, so yeah, so Rebecca, they said that she was really, really sad. They just said she's really, really sad. But here, I'll play this part, or I'll play this next part for you guys. Oh, sorry. Here, let me go back just.
One of them is his cousin. She was actually at the funeral. Again, that just raised red flag as to why would you delete the cousin's phone? And that was the night before her death. And this right here, she's the owner. I did Google the number. That's what I'm talking about. This one was an address. That's the bakery owner. Okay, and I know it's notes from me, but that was the address of the bakery owner. So I wasn't, it's just my notes. Don't know who those people are, but they do have phone numbers.
Your primary concern for deleting all these numbers is why all these numbers be deleted the night before death.
There's a lot of little things that when you look at them individually might not mean much, but when you look at the big picture collectively, it tends to tell a different story.
Definitely discrepancies.
And again, please don't take this as me shooting holes in your door. But let me tell you, if someone were looking at our phone, I was in here the other day, and I was looking for a particular number, and as I'm going through my contact list, I said, dang, that lady passed away.
That's all work.
I have about 50. All in the same, and as I'm sitting there, I said, I think I'll take a little time and go through my contact list. I deleted about 50 that day.
sitting right here in this chair. Again, please don't take it as me trying to shoot holes in your head.
We're trying to keep it logical, but when you look at timing and things like that, it's a little questionable. So the reason why it ties together on February the 8th, the day before 11:40, someone had to, this goes to Tony's email that my sister had access. Someone logged into their AT&T account, but it was from a device that normally doesn't log in because it's sent a one-time verification code, which, again, my sister's not here to speak for herself, which obviously she logged in to get to their AT&T account, and my guess would be just the confusing talking to. There's the email for that. This is where I called Detective Kirby because a package was delivered on the day that she died at 1:16 from FedEx. The only reason I know is because my cousin is a FedEx driver. She's not related to Crystal, she's only related to me because we do have different dads. I wanted to ask Detective Kirby, when did Tony get that package? It was a phone. He ordered a new phone because he said his phone broke, which isn't true because on February the 8th I had to receive when he got the phone fixed. He just ordered a new phone. This is where he activated the phone on February 9th at HDI at 8:35 p.m. because it was a Galaxy S20, so he has, right now he has 4 phones. Awesome.
So this may be totally unrelated but there was a FedEx package on the steps when I was there. Right. When we were there.
That's the phone. I just wanted to know who gave it to him. Okay, so that's just shows where he activated it.
So him having a new phone is...
Yes, there are 4 devices right now, I'll show you that are logged in. They have a ring camera, a doorbell camera. He told my brother that it hasn't been active in months, but...
In 8 months.
But here's the emails to where it updated saying that, as a device login. That was from January 22nd. They had devices logged into the ring camera. Again, this is just nothing criminal, just something to add to the fact that it just, what the news like I told you about, what is the perfect time today after the death of his spouse for February 13th, it's just...
Doesn't seem like a grieving husband to me. I've been married 28 years and my wife died. That's the last thing I'm going to be Googling, 4 or 5 days later.
You can't arrest somebody for being an asshole, but here's a list of email addresses, just in case. Now, this computer, my sister's had it right at 2 years, maybe a little less. So these are emails that he has. NOP says Friday, that's his work. He's still, I don't know if he has access to that. I'm sure you guys have taken them out. But this is one that I wouldn't have known about my sister. So if y'all go any further, up to y'all, but that is an email address. This right here is the Main Street Rentals from Tennessee. This is where I called the number. It is a storage unit in Fulton, Tennessee, where he's paid the first. He did this on February 15th. He's got 48 payments left, just a storage unit where Lake Tennessee.
What's his connection to Tennessee? We'd like to know that
You can
ourselves.
find out. There is no connection that we know of. His entire family lives in Baxter. He has no relatives there.
But he's moved around now. We found addresses in Texas, Alabama, Mississippi, all like very short periods of time before. He's only been married to my sister for a few years, but he has a history of moving around, and it seems like he probably just ran out of town. Talk a little about that.
This is the budget rental car. He has not chosen the vehicle, so they keep blowing him up because they need him to choose a vehicle. This is for February the 15th. This is all right around the same time. The pickup location is this, Thursday, March 9th, 11 p.m. in Hawaii. So this is February the 15th, and then they emailed me again. Once he caught on and he changed his email, he deleted all this from his email from his recovery. February 16th, they need him to choose his car before it's too late for the vehicle isn't available anymore. Same thing, Thursday, March 9th.
Was this put on a credit card?
I couldn't tell. I'm sure I have a list of all the credit cards they have. There's probably 15 of them. Right now, he's obsessed with this might be relevant, might not. I did print it off. Ancestry.com. I mean, like obsessed, where there were multiple emails that said he purchased for $30, almost $30 a month, MasterCard ending in that number. I don't know if he's looking for relatives somewhere, but he just did this on February 17th. He bought Bitcoin, a significant amount of $430.18 on February 20th. He lost his butt because Bitcoin's not worth really anything right now, but he did it through PayPal, so he thought it was untraceable. Bitcoin is
a lot of money around all of a sudden.
right. An alternative currency. Here are his active phones. This is with the app. This was the only one logged into the Inner Peace Google account. That phone right here, G7. Now this is Tony's, and these are all the phones that are logged in. Now this one is through AT&T, but these three are through a different carrier.
Well, it's AT&T, but they have a program.
Okay, so there's four phones, 4 devices, not including, it might be including Crystals, I'm not sure where I'm making model list. On February the 8th, which is the day before she passed away, at 1:19, the phone that he said was broken, he went to CPR cell phone repair on Lowell Avenue, and he paid $165 to have that phone repaired. So he brought that phone back with me. These here are just multiple, I'll let you go through them, multiple credit card bills that were like past due. From Harbor Freight to Mercury to a Platinum card, and they all have scheduled payments. I started a GoFundMe account. She died on the 9th, so we met with the funeral director. Me, Dane, his wife, Tony, and Tony's dad on the 12th. And I didn't know she didn't have burial insurance. We thought she did. So Dane did the talking to the team. And when I found that out, I told Tony, I was like, he was going to take it home. I said, no, because my sister wouldn't want that. So the funeral, Mr. Neville said, well, what about a GoFundMe account? So I started one. The GoFundMe account is linked to my checking account, and so it comes straight to me. I'm not quite sure Tony liked that very much. But people in the Bro community, he did tell us, had been giving him cash or checks or personal payments to him. And ever since that day, ever since it got spread on social media, and I put in there that she didn't have burial insurance, he is good. So all these payments were scheduled for February 12th, February 13th. He's made $37 payments, $187 payments to these credit cards that were maxed out. And that's where the money's going. Again, you can't arrest him for doing that because, but there's $4,000 left on the funeral. Of course, I can pay for it to GoFundMe, but he's using it for other purposes. And one looks like
The funeral home doesn't pay anything that we're aware of. We paid everything to the funeral home that the funeral homes received. It's like he's using these donations as a personal slush fund. We see that all the time.
Right. Yeah. Again, this is just leaning towards more of what my sister could have found out. And I didn't want to share this with you before you talk today about his past. And if my sister found out, when she found out he was having an affair, all hell would break loose. Okay? They had a fight argument. My birthday is December 13th.
Sorry about that.
This was backed up. She picked Tony's location. This is
Okay, it's first words. We're about to wrap it up. Do you know or have you heard a name that may be associated with this?
I don't, but I can tell you that looking through this timeline of like that's the first timeline, I didn't have time to. His timeline was tracked. Like
There was a bachelor address on one of those.
that's 5500 Candace Lane. That's where he was, and then, but that I'm gonna tell you right now that when I googled it, Downey Black lives there. And you could say it's good work for him. But, when I looked at his timeline, I didn't have time to cut them all off before he changed the password. He spent a significant amount of time, I'm talking about 4 to 6 hours, at a storage facility here. It starts with an S. But picture him.
We have a styrofoam.
That's it.
Styrofoam storage.
That's it. Every night, on Mondays, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, he would spend 4 to 6 hours there. I don't know who works there. I don't know.
Actually, well, they have, I think he has a couple. He has a location down here by the karate school. I guess they're still having their karate thing down here at the,
He closed it.
it's close. No, I'm talking about when it was open, down here to the Walmart store. So that storage location is right beside that. Explain that, I don't know, but I'm just saying styrofoam does have an inordinate amount of time to spend that storage in there.
Yeah. Right. So that might have done that one. I don't have a name associated with it. I wish I did. Like I said, the only thing that would tell us that would be his phone records. And I'm afraid Crystal got hold of his phone records because he had a work phone and he had his personal phone. This is just something saying that, like this was emailed in February 7th. This is to show that Tony knew that his location was being tracked. I mean, he might not know what that email meant, but he knew, like he set it up for his location to be tracked. Because it says, here's your timeline for the month of January. And, you know, even if he goes and turns it off now, it's still tracked all the way from January to February. This is something that it has nothing to do with Tony, it's more so to do with my sister. You know, my sister was an insurance agent for State Farm for probably as long as I've been alive. But she was just a local agent. Wherever she lived, she was local. Because she hated taking tests and she hated putting forth the effort to go any further. But when I was going through her Google Drive, she took a picture of a test that she didn't even tell me about, but it was from January the 30th. And she took a state certified exam that she passed with a 96%. And on January 30th at 10:23, January 30th, so 11 days before she passed away, January 28th, she took a screenshot of this picture. She only took screenshots if they meant something to her. And she says, it's a beautiful day beside blood on things you can't control. So, you know, he doesn't let me talk because I get emotional, because I know it's fair to anybody. So, when I tell you...
Say your piece, I mean, you're getting that, she had a new grandbaby coming, she had just passed this exam. Things were really looking up for Crystal.
It doesn't point towards
Things were really looking up for
any
Crystal.
need for a suicide on the one hand, and on the other hand, the information that's being presented to us, the timeline, the way he's, and not being honest, they don't add up to present a uniform picture for us.
And a lot of y'all, we're not disparaging y'all's work, but y'all are having to listen to him to get details about things. That's how investigations work. And if he's lying to y'all, y'all need to be aware of it.
And the community, he has them fooled because, I mean, he can put on a front better than you might have ever seen. And, you know, not gonna lie, I haven't liked him since she married him. He was my phone number 4, because I was the fourth person.
I hung out with him at family gatherings. We weren't buddy-buddy or anything. I was just kind of shrugging his eye, you know, but that's just me.
He hasn't fooled y'all because you're good at what you do, but the people in his community, because her funeral, you could have stayed room on. I mean, it was all the way, they had to stand in the lobby, and it was people from his community that were there. And the preacher is Mike
Was masterful. Yeah.
He was amazing. He pulled me out to talk to me before he spoke. And I really, really liked him. I really liked him a lot. But they saw a part of Crystal that wasn't Crystal. She was the face of Tony because that's what Tony made her be. And that's who she was to everybody. She was mine, but he had ulterior motives as to why he married her. And it was to make himself look better. And it was to get to other...
Well, he lied from the get-go. He said he had all these rental properties. He was, he had money and all this, and then they date for a while, and I guess he had kept that charade going when they get married. That's when she finds out that yeah, he's not this big landlord. He's not this big, big shot that you put on to be. And that's time when I was like, I don't want to hang out with the guy. He's lying. You know what I mean? I mean, he has no issue with lying at all. And like I said, I mean, he said some things to me that, just I'm like, yeah, you're lying. Just like you said, maybe you had inferred, the time of death kind of thing, but I'm like, so that's the corner, they got that corners? Yeah. I mean, I was like, so they got I think I remember, I was like, so they got a preliminary in. But here's what they're saying. It's the time of death is around, it's probably going to be around 3 o'clock, somewhere in there. And I was just like, so I called to confirm the text Herbie. And
me knowing Tony, because, okay, so you know some things about Tony that I don't know about you. Me knowing Tony, that's exactly what he,
Because
because I know of him and his
demeanor,
that would be exactly what he would say. Well, yeah, preliminary, whatever you got. Exactly. Is it factual? Well, you and I both know it's not factual because they're not going to release that information to you. That's something that he has concocted in his mind. So, yeah, I know what you're saying there.
It just.
But yeah, there seems to be patterns as far as, his ex-wife has a restraining order on him, and I think a lot of it had to do with that. Yes, that's my wife. She's running a bit late, I'm sorry. But yeah, like I said, there's a restraining order with Sharon Jones. And my wife, like I said, she's been the nurse practitioner. She's here right now. She's going to speak to some of those things and speak to, you treated with depression, you prescribe medications. We don't feel like that this her getting off that medication would trigger, so Julia's treated, like she's a nurse practitioner, she treats people with that all the time. So if you want to
What have y'all talked about already? So
everything we're going to wrap it up.
Crystal's been on medicine for years. It's no different. She tried that medicine in the past. I've refilled her medicines before. I just don't feel like that's enough to say to cause this. I know that when her son left, she was upset, of course, but she's very proud. So it's not like, that was the end of the world for her. She's happy for him. Her other son as well was having a baby. But it's just, I just don't see, and I know as a person grieving, we think things, not level-headed, and I thought all these things are just me grieving and blaming and going through the process until I saw her at the funeral home, and I know she's right-handed, and I knew immediately, and you can wait on the report all you want.
Yeah, we've already been over that.
But I know that I had doubt in myself, and I'm just thinking crazy stuff, and thinking just, going back through my mind of the way he talked to her and treated her in my home, things she had said to me. I've been having trouble about him upset about her son in New York having a baby and him having to pay for things, and there were some financial problems, always financial. She went into the marriage thinking he was well-to-do, had money, had all these properties. Turns out I don't think that's true. I don't think that ever was true.
That's why I told you a lot to us from the get-go, so we don't have any reason to trust him.
Seeing her body, I know that she's a female. I know statistics. I know there's no way she would have left it, even in the instant that you make a decision to do that to yourself. You don't think about, I'll use my awkward hand. It's not. That is what I knew.
So let me.
But it's not right.
Let me try to put that at rest. And you gotta understand, you have to understand that because of the nature of the investigation, and like I told you, the investigation, and I told them, bear with me, I got a sciatic nerve. That's kind of why I'm gangster.
It's all right.
Gangster leaning back here. I'm trying to get some relief on my back. The investigation is very close. Therefore, I'm not going to tell you everything that I know, and please understand that. So, you told me earlier that you thought the exit wound was on the right-hand side of her head.
her body position in the bed, that's impossible. Because we recovered the projectile opposite of what you think. Okay. And if it would have happened the way that you may think that it happened, virtually impossible for see, I didn't know where the projectile was recovered. I didn't know any of that stuff. So I have that. Okay, we recovered that. Okay. So I can say without certainty that the exit wound was not on the right side of her head. Okay.
You saw pictures.
So do you believe it was on the right hand side of her head?
I'm showing you. The field director wanted me to take pictures. Tisha and them talked. I said, maybe I was like, I'm not an idiot. I'm an educated person. Been in college for years. I'm not crazy. I see it. And I hope I'm wrong. God save me. I hope I'm wrong. But I just don't see the other side. And I'm not really honestly looking at the exit side. I'm looking at the entry point. There's no way there's that big of a gap in the sizes to make that legitimate to me. I can show you if you'd like to see.
No, because I'm not going to try this case across this ditch.
I understand.
I'm not going to do it.
I just want you to know that I feel like I'm not crazy.
And I understand, and I respect your opinion. But please respect mine.
I do.
By knowing that I know a little bit more than I'm relating to you guys. And because I'm not trying to put this case at rest, because again, I'm going to reiterate, the case is never closed. I'm trying to put your theories on these certain things to rest by letting you know that you know some things. I know that's not quite how it happened. Yeah. Okay.
And the fact that any other case I've looked up or around this area that state was involved, and someone puts this on the shoulders of someone who apparently knows Tony for 20 years, and I'm sick of him telling us that. I'm tired of him telling me how long he's known this man. It's really not fair to the investigator. I feel like it's not fair to him.
Who is he talking about?
It's Harvey. Not the investigator. He's been Harvey the entire time.
Our big buddies.
Like he keeps saying that. I don't know.
Let me put that to rest. That's a lie.
Yeah. Well, he just
keeps saying
it.
That's, and again, lying is not a crime.
Right.
But I can tell you, he's not known Alan Irving for 20 years. I've only known him for, I've been in office, July will be 3 years. He went to work for me. Oh gosh, y'all may know better than I do. I've got so much on my plate here.
My whole family is from here. I know this area.
I went in the office and he worked for 5 or 6 months on the road before I put him into the academy, and he quit the second day. And so that's the extent of my relationship with him is he could very well say, man, I've known the sheriff for 20 years. No, that's not true. I've only known you for maybe a year. Right.
Well, is it a legitimate thing? Is he just lying to us at the evening after he told us she was gone? That he said that it's no foul play?
I think that
all that? Or is he just...
I think that he's a chronic liar.
Yeah.
And okay.
I mean, if she was not
what he
lying
is lying to you about, I have to question that. I see things in the documents that you provided me that pique my interest. The Tennessee thing, that piques my interest. Thank you. Okay? That's the one here. So,
and I have the number.
It piques my interest. It's not my job.
The sheriff said that, Trishie. Called him a chronic liar.
To make Tony Jones a bad guy. That's not what my job is.
And it's not mine either. And I don't want that. I didn't want to feel that or believe that.
But it's my job to investigate until we can investigate anymore.
Right.
That's what my job is, and that's what I'm committed to doing. And that's, when things are brought to light, like a Tennessee thing here, okay, maybe
Yep,
that's
Star.
not really relevant, but if it brings a question, well, I'm going to look at it.
In the timeline, that's what bothers me.
Yes, in the timeline, I'm obligated.
Well, motive is important. I understand. I'm not saying that I'm not, God forgive me. I pray that I'm completely wrong and just praise.
But you have questions.
But there's, as an objective person, I'm observing many things that are questionable. And when there's doubt, there's a reason.
And I'm going to try every question that you have. I'm going to try to give you a logical explanation for, to the best of my ability. It may not be what you want to hear.
That's fine.
Like the casing. I hope that I put that casing thing to rest. It's very logical that's, man, I'm telling you.
And the
I'm
package.
going to share this very tidbit of the investigation with you. We're doing things with the firearm right now that you don't have any knowledge of. Thank you, sir. If it leaves this room and somebody else, I'm gonna exactly right. Anybody. Okay. I'm not telling anybody anything. So we're having that firearm tested, and doing some comparisons to make sure that everything that we think happened exactly the way that we desired. Okay. If I thought for a millisecond that me or my chief detective wasn't capable of doing everything that we need to do, I'd turn this case over to whoever, whether it's state police or I know that. I'm just saying, if I thought for a second that we weren't capable of looking at this thing at every angle and getting the answer to your questions, I'd be the first one to step up and say, man, I can't do this.
So how long have you known Mr. Irby? Did you say you don't know Mr. Irby that long, or you don't know Tony? Tony. You have known Mr. Irby for a number of years. Well, you should know that Tony's running around talking about their best buddies for 20 years. I've got to look forward and saying it.
No, I've not heard that. I've not heard him tell anybody that.
Well,
and so that's why
is there. It's just like weird that he would lie. I mean, I don't understand.
Well, that's just it. That's just he's willing to lie about.
And it's even why lie?
So let me throw this out there, and this is totally unrelated. I'm using this totally as an example. And you're gonna think that I'm weird or crazy. Let me tell you a rumor that I've been fighting for a year now. The rumor's out there. Me and my wife have been separated for over a year. I just woke up next to her this morning, and I'm telling people, I don't know who keeps that going, but whoever he is a liar and is a instigator of something.
But the man who is married to her is lying.
That's my message. That's what I'm trying to say. There are people out there that are not like you and I, that live a life of drama-free life, and that we consider ourselves good people, and we want to do good things in our community and for the world. He's not one of them. Does that make him a criminal? No. A bad person, him being a bad person is not a crime. Until we can prove, or we take the evidence that's been presented to us, and we prove him to be a criminal. He can tell people all he wants to that he's known out in numbers for over 20 years. He hadn't committed a crime. Is that relevant?
To And the verbal abuse. I mean, I'm just looking at a pattern of abuse.
So once y'all call, and you verify, she'll give you the address.
What Crystal said, I believe she found out he was cheating on her and running around, and they were going to split up. I 100%, without a doubt, believe that to be true. Just because I know Crystal. I have known her since I was a teenager at Bachelor High. And I know how she puts on for people. Crystal didn't tell the truth either. Crystal had her own secrets. My initial thought was someone else in the mall. She had a boyfriend, something. That was my initial from the beginning. I worried about that. But I didn't foresee that he was the one with the problem, not her. And I believe that she had been fishing and found some things, and I believe her son left. There wasn't another eye on the household, and the two of them together. And I'm worried about abuse. And I would like to know the report. The autopsy report is very important to me. If there are bruises that can't be seen by everyone in areas, which there were some things I saw. Now I don't know. I've never been in an autopsy throughout my career. I don't know those parts of it. There are bruises in her thighs. They don't look like something you would do for an autopsy, like it's from that movement of the body. It's possible. I don't know those things. That's not my field. I'm not in your field. I don't know. This is just me looking at it.
That
doesn't look right. But the abuse was there verbally in my home. I witnessed it.
I cannot reiterate enough, guys. Everything that you're telling me, I believe.
That's all I want. Someone to listen that we have doubt.
That is happening. Unfortunately, I don't want to say verbal abuse is not part of the investigation, but I can't make Tony Jones be a criminal because he's hurt. So you got to know and realize that, okay, that's what you guys theorize and know that has happened. Is it part of this case? Okay. That's why,
If there is a suspect, they go first, they rule out the spouse, and I know that. It's be true.
Well,
and I don't say that, and I don't think that you feel like, and then you know the things, you know the facts that I don't know. I only know the facts that I know, because you're in the investigation, and you have to do the things you're supposed to do. But us as a family, we're grieving, we're hurt, but there's too many things that are truths, not speculation, not hearsay, and coming from his mouth as well. So it's just things that I know that I am observing. And I talked to Jana in the beginning, so Jana, it's just,
But now he's got the paperwork to show.
It's too much. To not speculate, something's weird. I don't know. I hope it's not the worst thing, I think. And, as I see Tony in person, I feel like he's not ever been abnormal to me, myself. But I do observe things. Did watch him at the funeral. I just haven't seen him grieving. I mean, and everyone's different. People grieve in different ways. People put on a face for other people. He may be on something that helps him calm himself, taking something. I don't know. I just don't think that I'm trying to blame him. Because I don't want to. Because I want her to lay it rest. I want to get to peace with it. I want these people to be at peace with this. But if I didn't doubt so much, if I didn't see so many things and know so many things, I'll be like, yeah, makes sense. She was on some Abilify. She was real depressed. People were sitting around town saying how bad she looked, how sad she was. Well, I would be sad too if my husband was running around and on Match.com and cheating on me. And that's true. That's true. So.
and I don't doubt a word that you just said, but what I'm trying to say is
a cheater a killer? I understand what you mean. I know what you mean.
Having said that, though, I cannot reiterate enough. Please know and understand everything that you just told me and presented to me.
You'll investigate it. But
we'll be on top of it.
Right. It's just,
Give 5 minutes.
Thank you so very well. Guys, y'all don't know how much that, I'm a different kind of sheriff.
No, you're a lot like Mike. Don't take that in a bad way. Not that I said that.
I do things a little differently. I talk a little differently. I'm no politician. I only want to do the right thing. And when I see a family come in that I know is obviously grieving, just know and understand. I may not grieve like you, but I see pain in your eyes. And if I can relieve that pain just a little bit by going over and looking into what you presented to me, that's what I'm supposed to do.
Yes, sir. We thank you.
You know?
We thank you.
And at the end of the day, it may not be what you want to see,
And
but I'm going to present it to you in a fashion that, man, listen, I have beat this thing to death and I can't come up with anything. Or I may beat it to a point where I'll say, you know what? Yeah, that may be something.
I just want an answer, even if I did not. I just don't want him to run off until you know. I just don't want him to run off. I just don't want him to fly on to Hawaii with whatever he's got. I want to know for sure that he does not have an insurance policy because I know. There's no policy. I know there's got to be something somewhere uncovered.
So, push that word. Let me very quickly.
Just don't let him run
there
off.
is no policy. There's no policy associated with either one of them. I will share that with you. What my guys have already dug into that. There is no policy.
I just feel like he should be told you can't run off. Like you need to stay around.
I can't tell him he can't run off. You got to come to that realization. I can't tell him he can't run off. If he wants to fly to Kalamazoo and set up shop and eat in
I'm going to find someone for leaving after all this.
I can't tell him. So you need to know that. I can't tell him that he can't do that. Even if I were to charge him and he were to bond out, he wanted to go charge him. I can't stop him from going. Very quickly, I know the financial struggles, but I see you talking about he's making payments and he's this trip. Where do you think this money is?
From the funeral donations he's getting.
Either he's using the funeral donations as a slush fund. He also confided to me that he had a credit life insurance policy on their vehicles. So the vehicle's going to be paid off. Now, I do know this because I've taken these loans out before. When you do the credit life, sometimes they'll upsell you and they'll give you an option to have a beneficiary, they'll pay off your loan, plus they'll pay a beneficiary.
Yeah.
So there's credit life on the vehicle.
And the loans. Maybe credit card.
And I'm thinking that if money is going to be coming in from somewhere, if he's gotten money or is expecting money, these credit life insurance policies, you don't have to sign a single medical form. You don't have to send a single medical record to these credit life policies. They're going to sign you up.
These things that would set my mind at ease. Like, I don't want him to run off because I want to know for sure. And I hope to God I can apologize later. That's what I pray for. But I need to know that he's not working for this police department right now. He's not. He doesn't work.
These credit life impression that he's working.
He says he's a on-call patrol guy. He's a pathological liar. He knows that.
He knows that. Can I be perfectly
He had his vest
just for a moment?
in the home as I went in to get her jewelry. His bulletproof vest was just sitting there.
Can I be perfectly honest here?
Yes, please.
And again, you have to understand I'm no politician. And I don't do things politically correct. And I let my mouth tear my ass out the frame on a daily basis. So please don't. Number one, I told you on the phone yesterday, I will not ever cover up a thing for anybody. That includes my wife and my children. If you've done wrong, you've done wrong. Don't come crying to me about it. I've done wrong in my life. I'm going to admit that to you. I've done wrong. The good Lord has forgiven me, I hope, for everything I've done. Don't ever think for a minute that I'm going to cover up anything for anybody. guys here have a pretty good understanding of who I am and what I stand for. I can't help what he has on his Facebook page. He can put on there, I'm Donald Trump's pimp. I can't help that. He could put on his, he could go down to the donut shop in the morning and tell everybody in there, I work directly for Scott Matthews and I have $1 million in the bank. I can't help what he goes out in the public and says. That's not for me to control.
I understand.
I can't help that he may have had 10 affairs.
Yeah. It is illegal to pose as a police officer. It's illegal. I mean, I know that. I know what you're saying. But I just know it's like, who does that? It just, I don't know.
You're not wrapping your mind around me. I was on what I have already conceded you got. I know he's a liar.
Okay. I just want y'all to know that. I don't want
You have to know that. And at this point in this conversation, I don't think you've come to that realization. He is a liar. Is him being a liar against the law? No, it's not. You've got to accept he's a liar. He's not the person that he portrays himself to be out in the public or to anybody. Is that a crime? It is not. There are people that come in here on a daily basis and attack me by spreading things about me and my wife and the community. Yeah. Would I love to arrest them? You're damn right I would. Right. It's not a crime.
I don't want you to feel like anything I'm saying is against the police department. My great-grandfather was a sheriff here. I'm not saying anything about the police or the investigation. I feel like you're doing your job. I just feel like, why is he that's where we get our suspicions is from him. He portrays all these things to us, and he's been making us think all along he's buddy in the sheriff's department and patrolling the streets. I mean, it's just like, it makes us, it's like he wants us to be more suspicious or something. I mean, that's what it sounds like. But I feel like it's not legal to portray yourself as a police officer, especially to pull someone over, and who knows?
Well, who is he?
I don't know. I don't know what he's doing out there.
So having said that statement, and I ask you, who is he pulled over for? I don't know.
I don't know, but he could.
I've not had a single complaint of him pulling over anybody.
Okay, good.
I've not had a single complaint of him molesting any young women. Has he done it? I have no idea. But when you bring these issues to light, I'm telling you, Tony Jones doesn't work for me. He will never work for me.
It better for you to say that to me. Like, that just makes me feel a little better.
And as a professional in your line of work, just like I guess I'm a professional in my line of work.
Oh yeah,
You've got to know and understand. People aren't sometimes what they portray themselves to be. So you got to let that go. Until I can either dispel what you brought me, or I can factualize what you brought me. Yes, sir. You got to let that go. And until you let that go, you yourself will never find peace with what's going on in this case. You're come in, please.
Did you need Scott here for this meeting, or is it a different meeting?
Scott.
He said you sent him a message. Scott here.
I don't know Scott here. Thank you. Again, guys, I know. I'm probably beating a dead horse here, man, but you got to let some of this stuff.
I know I'd lose my license if I said I was a doctor. They would strip my license. I know that a person saying they're a nurse would get their license stripped. I know that you cannot run around saying you're a police officer. You just can't. It's just
You're
not
not
right.
running around making traffic stops and portraying yourself as a police officer. If I want to go down to the donut shop and sit down with a table full of men and say, I'm a police officer, he has not committed a crime. Let that go. Let that. That's in the big scheme of what we got going on here. That's
Okay, I feel like you're upset with me.
I am.
I'm not upset.
I'm taking offense.
What? For what? What am I?
Because you come in and you portrayed me as someone that's allowing
I'm
this to
not
happen.
portraying you as anything at all. I've never said that at all and said you did anything wrong at all. I do not believe that. I believe he has made us suspect him
blow my tail.
Yeah.
Too much.
I don't want you to feel like I don't want to offend you at all, or the police department at all.
And maybe I've taken it a little bit wrong here.
No.
I'm trying to let you know the things that some of the things that you're talking about does not constitute a crime. And you can't let that have a bearing on my end. You can't let those things have a bearing on trying to find the truth.
I understand.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, he has just kind of made us to believe that he's just some big wig over here police guy.
He's a chronic liar.
Like running around.
He's
I
a
don't
chronic
know.
liar.
I mean, you know, that's why we've been so upset.
You gotta know and understand that that's what chronic liars do. They portray themselves as something that they are not. And he's got that burr under your saddle, and you gotta let that go. Now, I'm telling you, please let it go. And until you let that go, you can't find peace in this case. That's the message that I'm trying. And I'm sorry that I'm sorry that you and I have. Okay.
Well,
I don't want it to be that.
I just want you to know, my concerns are not brought towards you or anyone else. My concerns are brought towards him telling us and making us think these wild things of, like, I'm a police officer, I've known him for 20 years. I'm like, why is he investigating the case? They should have the state come in. That was my first thought. And that's just me being like you, like a person that knows kind of the things you do. And it makes sense to me now that he's a liar and that he doesn't even work for the police. Like, that's why we suspected, like, weird stuff, because he just portrays himself like he's up here with you guys, chilling, you know, doing his job. I don't even know if he has a job. I'm beginning to believe he doesn't work. But I just want you to understand that it's not me saying you've done something wrong. It is what has been put in my face.
Let me, this has my cell number on it. Please feel free to call me. Oh my gosh. Please have a safe trip. Okay.
I'll be out in just a second.
Okay.
Don't leave me.
Okay, guys, I'm sorry about that. So this part is kind of low. I'm gonna have to mess with the audio a little bit on that. So I apologize for that, because it's not as high as it could be. I can probably up the volume on that last part, and then I think I have to tweak the volume a little bit in the middle. But Trishie, what did you have to say about this? Because I can see some of your comments. You guys are leaving really good comments. I appreciate it. Hey, Jocelyn.
Are you absolutely serious? Oh my gosh.
Can you believe that call? I mean, it was just like so maddening to me. But what are you thinking?
Were they there? Were they there in the office in person? It seems like they were.
They were. So yeah, they all went. Later on, you hear Julie, which is her brother's. Well, it's her sister-in-law. So her brother's wife, and they've been married for like 30 years. They've been married a really, really long time. And he was saying, like, in the beginning, where he was like, if my wife had passed away, I wouldn't be able to, like, even think about trying to find out how long it's going to take me to find another girlfriend or wife, or you know what I mean, type of thing.
Okay, I did have a couple questions.
Yes.
Is this Crystal, this husband, this Tony, is that the first husband, only husband? Is it a short marriage? How long have they been married? That's kind of what I was wondering.
Sure. So they were married about 5 years, and this was her 4th marriage. So that's why a lot of times Jana would call him number 4, because she really liked her previous husband more than Tony. She did not care for Tony. Which, you know, he does look pretty douchey. I mean, I like when I first saw him, I guess I wasn't expecting like who I saw, I think, because it took me a minute to look him up just because I mean, the stuff that it's alleged that he did is really horrific, but that's him.
Okay, and then the other thing, so my perception of what's happening in that interview or in that room, is that they're making sure that, the investigation was thorough, right? And so they're asking relevant questions and they have concerns and he's placating them. He's basically lecturing them on how they need to let things go. I heard something about getting peace and that lying is not a crime. So as if all of these things happened in another like in a bubble, like it's isolated. No, it's connected to this case. You nincompoop. Like
Yeah.
he's very what is it called? Patronizing. And he's lecturing and he's explaining. But what I feel that's happening is he's CYA, so covering your ASS,
Yes, absolutely.
He doesn't want the negative light, what that looks like on the department. It's, when they know that there's something that they may be, because it's a political office, right? Like sheriffs, they're
elected
yeah.
officials. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
So, and then he's responsible for the deputies underneath him. And then even if he didn't do the investigation, his deputy did, right? So,
Alan Irby did. The guy I'll just go ahead and cover us up really quick. But yeah, the guy in the middle. So with the one with the hat, he did the investigation because he's their detective. And then Sheriff Scott Matthews is the guy that was like going from 0 to BITCH, like, whoa, hey, I mean, he was really.
And that comes from that because they were being very logical. The family,
yes, very.
they were.
I thought reasonable and logical because they were also like, hey, we're not trying to upset you. And I guess I was frustrated at that part the most where they were kind of having to kind of, tell him, hey, we're not trying to blame you, but we all we want is a fresh set of eyes, not people who know Tony, is basically what I took from it. Now, Jana might have a completely different view or opinion on that, or feeling because it's her family member, it's her sister. And the same thing goes, for Dane, and the same thing goes for Julie. So they might all have different opinions on it. Although I was like rooting for Julie. I saw you guys rooting for Julie in the chat. She's a very educated, intelligent woman.
Yeah, she did a good job.
I don't think he liked that. I think Matthews got a little upset with that. His panties were in a twist.
Pride. He wants to. They don't want to dig into this case because it makes them look bad, right? That they didn't do their due diligence, they didn't do a thorough investigation. But he's a complete. And I won't say, but that's how I feel about how he's treating that family and and especially towards the end when he gets real mad. And it's weird. It doesn't go with being professional. But basically, like, get out of my office. You guys are it kind of also reminds me of, speaking of, I compare like things to medical situations. But
that's okay. That's fine.
It kind of reminds me of like when doctors, because that's my experience. So when doctors are very confident and they're telling you don't know what you're talking about, and then you go, well, I'm just a mom, but can you just run this test real quick? Because I just, I'm the mom and I'm a little bit, paranoid or whatever. But can you just run it? Because I have a feeling. And then they run it, and you're totally right.
That was a perfect analogy, I think. Honestly, I totally get that because I also like had to advocate for my mom too, and I'm sure you have. In the medical field. Like, I know that you guys are so super smart, but could you? I'm just a regular person here, but do you think you could? And then, like you said, it comes back. It's like, they're like, oh, good thing we did that test. And you're like, yeah, I'm just standing here. Don't mind me, just a mom over here.
So it's so, and then just hearing that attitude, is, I think they have,
Yeah.
I feel like there's an avenue that because who's the, who's the other agency above the sheriff's department or oversees it?
Well, I guess there it would be the state police, and I'd probably have to double check that with Jana just to be sure, but I'm almost positive it would be. I think that's who they were really wanting to take a second look was their superiors, someone from the state office that could come in and just
Mm-hmm.
take a look, but the bad thing is too is that he was demanding that she be cremated quickly. um
Oh,
Crystal,
right,
excuse
right,
me. I
right.
don't mean to just call her she or her because I that kind of upsets me when I see that in the Facebook posts that a lot of people, and this is common too. But say her name, say her name. It's not gonna
Mm-hmm.
hurt anybody to do that unless it's Tony, because Tony seems like, and I have a few other examples where he was fishing for sympathy after Crystal's passing and very soon afterwards, but he wouldn't reply back to anybody. Like, people would be putting prayer hands and hearts, and he wouldn't say thank you or anything. He just put it up there so that way he can show that, in my opinion, he put it up there just so he can show that he was, quote unquote, the grieving husband. But really, he just wanted to see what people would say, because he never did respond back to any of them except for when he added the little water, the squirt gun. And then, that green one. And it was like, how could you even put an emoji like that in
Mm-hmm.
a post,
Tacky, tacky,
after
tacky,
seeing.
tacky. Mm-hmm.
It's super tacky, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and then of course, another thing that I noticed, just kind of piggybacking onto what you said, was like whenever the sheriff was saying things, and then they would have to be like, well, we're not really sure, but what about this, and they were trying to present it in a very humble,
Mm-hmm.
reasonable way, like you said,
Mm-hmm.
but that's not what they were getting back in return. He was like getting more and more frustrated,
Mm-hmm.
seemed like.
Yeah, because he was trying to shut them down. Like first he used this one tactic. It's like manipulation, right? First he used one tactic, like he listened, and then the next thing was like this emotional response where did you hear him? He was like, I may not be going through what you're going through, but I feel grief and blah blah blah. I don't remember exactly. And then when they did,
Yes.
and that didn't shut them up, and they were still going. Then he got angry and got emotional and got like, well, he lied because he started to try to be like logical, be like, well, lying is not against the law. Okay, dude,
Right.
it's not happening, over at the playground here. This is lying within this case. Oh my
Right. Or
gosh.
how they had to be like, well, I know you can't arrest him for being an asshole, or being an asshole isn't a crime. But
Mm-hmm.
honestly, my thing is that how come he couldn't just say, I agree with what you're saying, and I appreciate you coming to me and letting
Yeah.
me know that there were those ABUSE signs, or that he was being verbally, abusive towards her. But in the same way, he just kind of was like, well, that's not a crime, which it's
Mm-hmm.
not.
Mm-hmm.
You do have to get physical with somebody. I get that. But it still doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make any sense to sit there and say, well, that doesn't have anything to do with the case, because I mean, that would speak to past behavior and a cycle, and then also the bruising. Yeah.
I mean, I was living in another state, and I was a neighbor to a family who their child ended up unalived, their baby, and I had to testify in court because
Oh,
of
wow.
I didn't see any ABUSC or anything, but it was more of after the fact and some of the things that the mom said to me. So it actually got ruled on. It got ruled in court. It was ruled against, like it was objected to because based on the hearsay, you know,
Oh, yes.
regulations. But they were trying to get it in under excitable utterances, which is like, you know, in those situations where you normally wouldn't say it, but because you were really emotional or something, then you said it. But anyway, my point was the father was the one that was being tried. And there were a lot of things about his character that, you know, were important to this case, right? So in and of themselves, they were not criminal. Okay. It's like but he was being tried for this crime. So some of those things like you said, they go to character. They go to propensity to be a certain way, right? And then after the fact of some incident, if they are lying, then that could be to cover for a crime that they did, right? So, dude, sheriff, toodaloo, like we need to go around him and over him and whatever, because
Well, definitely. Well, and also, like, he knew Tony for he said maybe a year was his direct quote, but then he's known Irby like for 25 years. So the detective, he's known him for years and years and years.
So that's who he's protecting. So he's protecting the one that investigated it because he doesn't want it to come down on him. And that's what they'll do. They'll cover for each other, you know?
Right. And we've seen that. That's, you know, I mean, not, I guess it's being more common. It's more common than.
It's bias. It's bias. And, you know, he may not want to believe, you know, that his buddy, and it's not for Tony's sake. It's for that. I think it's for that, Irby or whatever. It's to protect him, you know. That's my thinking.
Yeah, I think so. And like you said, with his placating them and being like, well, yeah, he's a total liar. Totally. I believe he's a liar. He's probably is like very, you know, he's that type of a guy that he's not a good person. He's, you know, he basically said everything about him that was negative that he possibly could. You know, in my opinion, he just kind of was like, yeah, he's awful. But then he's like, but that doesn't mean that he did this, you know? And so that was like,
he was making
frustrating.
It was like they were presenting evidence, but they're not lawyers and they're not in a courtroom. They're just giving information to him. It's his job to investigate it. It's not his job to discount it. Like he said, he goes, oh, I'm going to give you the logical explanation for that. No, that is not what you do. I mean, from my not a police officer, but
right, same here.
you rule it out, and you tell them, I'm going to rule it out. That's what you do, and that's what you do in a medical situation too. You're given symptoms, right, and then you're given like a diagnosis, or you get the symptoms, and then that can lead to a diagnosis. You rule out the most serious one first, right? Okay,
right.
Or the other way around, but it's not that you just discount it based on logic or based on explanation. You have to rule it out. Like, go through the process, buddy. They should have had an investigating detective present. Yeah, that's true, Star says.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Well, and
Mhm.
that was the thing. It was such a fast interview, and then nothing was done to prove that it was self-inflicted, but nothing was, it's kind of again like Sebastian's case, there's nothing that was done to prove towards or for, for or against it rather, excuse me. And so that's what's frustrating because how did they rule it self-inflicted if they didn't take any residue testing or
Mhm.
um, fingerprinting or anything like that?
Yeah, they didn't do forensics, you said, right? So,
Not to my knowledge, they didn't do anything besides take pictures and then, then they sent her body away with the examiner.
has
So to the
did
coroner.
Did Irby know Tony for very long?
Um, I don't think that there's a connection between Irby and Tony per se, other than Sheriff Matthews.
Oh,
Because
okay.
because he did know Sheriff Matthews. He tried to get him into the police academy, and he didn't make it. You know,
Oh,
at all.
Tony knew Sheriff Matthews for how long?
He said maybe a year. According to Matthews, maybe a year.
Like, in what context did they know each other? Do you know?
Mm, it seems to me like he might have been trying to get him through the academy and possibly, you know, a mentor type of a relationship in my opinion, where he's like, hey, you should go through this academy and I'll help you out a little bit, but then he was telling the family that he knew Irby for a long time. So Tony was
Mm.
telling the family and bragging about the fact that he did know Irby for a very long time. And that's when Matthews is like, oh no, he's a liar. He's a liar.
Mm.
So that part's really curious too. Because if we,
Mhm.
just thinking about it, like, well, what does it matter? Even if you did know each other, if you're not hiding anything, what's the big deal?
Oh, yeah. Very interesting. Well, I'm thinking of resolutions for the family in terms of what do you
Mm-hmm.
do to escalate it? Because this guy, he's not doing jack, right? Um, he it it doesn't sound like he's even trying to help them to feel good about the investigation. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, because how could you? And then that's curious too that you say that, because then when we're listening to him at the end, he's saying, basically you just need to accept it, and you're not understanding it, and you're the ones that can't accept the fact that Tony's a liar, not me. That part was
Mm,
really wicked to me. Like, I was like, what do you mean? You can't, like, that part was wicked. I don't know. It gave me the chills.
yeah, it's very weird, and it's kind of like again, it reminds me of medical stuff when they tell you you can't accept like when you're fighting for when you're advocating for your family and you're saying something, a lot of times they'll tell you things like, well, you're just not accepting the diagnosis, and you're like, no, I just want you to, well, for sure, I'm not accepting it. Okay, well, placate me, do this to show me that you're correct, and that's not
Exactly.
prove yourself, right? Prove that you know what you're talking about by actions. Don't give me a lot of what is it called, um, uh, empty words. Put your
Sure.
money where your mouth is, buddy.
Well, and two, it has to be so frustrating that they had to put all of this information together. And then on top of it, they're presenting it to him and he's just like, no, no, no. Oh, and by the way, I'm not shooting everything you're saying down, but no.
Mm.
you know?
Yep.
Um, that was the frustrating part to me is I was like, yeah, too much lip service, Rebecca says.
Yeah,
That's a good
that's what
point.
I was trying to think of. It's too late. I can't even think. You guys, it must be super late where you are.
I know.
Um,
Yeah. Gosh, I wish I could have gotten this uploaded the way that I wanted to so I could just play it through for you guys, like just in the clips form. But I'm going to clean the audio up and repost it. So that way, if anybody wants to just listen to the whole interview through,
you
because
know,
it's interesting.
what about like, can you FOIA anything, or how did they get the recordings? That's pretty good. Did they record it themselves?
Yes, because Louisiana is a one-party state.
Oh, that's smart.
Mm-hmm. So they didn't need to tell them that they were recording.
That is so good. Because I was gonna say,
Yeah.
too bad we can't get transcripts. You know.
I know, I know. Well, I mean, I would think that they would be recording it too, just without, saying they are.
But they
But this
wouldn't.
isn't the only recorded interview, or this isn't the only recorded meeting between the family and law enforcement. And then also the DA is also going to be on a call. Or excuse me, not a call. It's actually them sitting in the interview room with them. Um, but this one was about an hour and 11 minutes or so. So it was a pretty long one. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
DA one. The DA's on a call with them.
Yeah, they went in and had another meeting with her um whenever the reports came out. And it's a really interesting, good interview between the or meeting, I should say. Um just in terms of them kind of trying to cover things up and there's a lot of things in there that are still not making sense, and the good thing is that her family stays adamant and vigilant about it. um they're not going to take no for an answer if it doesn't make sense to them, and I really commend them for that, because it's not easy telling law enforcement that you want someone else to look at it, because obviously we know how they react to that. It's not good.
Right.
um and I understand that. I mean, I'm sure if somebody came in and told me how to do my job, I might not be take too kindly to it. um
Mm,
but
mhm.
in the same way, if you want to just help out the situation, see, that's what my biggest thing is it was like you were getting a little bit of that from him, like, oh, I'm a different kind of sheriff, I just want to be um you know I just want to be transparent, and I talk differently, and I might put my foot in my mouth sometimes, but that's just
That was a he was such a little smooth. It's kind of like
yes.
CP saying I'm brash and
Yeah. But
but
I'm
I'm
respectful.
it's like, oh no, you're not. That is so ridiculous. Um
Oh, it just
Gosh.
screams of that. It screams of that to me too, and it's just like, I mean, and obviously, we're talking about Tennessee and then Louisiana, so it's like, what is it with
Hmm.
across the board that we're seeing this so often? Like, I mean, I guess it was always this way, and we just are now kind of being able to compare these situations or something. But it's
I
just the
think
math isn't mathing, or it doesn't make sense to me, and that's why I really want to. I wanted to play this just so that way people could hear it, and that
well,
way they can kind of make up their minds. But then also, I think it's a good example of how law enforcement acts when they don't know they're being
mm,
recorded.
yeah, exactly. I was gonna say what happens behind closed doors. And, it's just like in Kentucky, the sextortion or whatever, the
Mm.
Kentucky sheriff and judge situation.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, somebody said CPS plus missing child equals bad outcomes. Um,
Absolutely,
yeah,
Castle.
Castle.
Yeah.
I actually, this doesn't have anything really to do with it, but we're talking about like basically corrupt authority, right? So you're not doing your job. There's no accountability. There's no oversight because you're the sheriff of the town and you can do whatever you want, right?
Exactly.
And everybody, everybody has to answer to you. And then, um, but I follow that, there's this guy on YouTube who's an attorney. He actually sues like counties and county and city, CPS agencies and and he wins civilly. He sues them, and overseeing agencies. So if they oversee like DOJ, like in California, the Department of Justice, we have a California Department of Justice. So they oversee the, they're the highest, in our state, right? Like TBI,
Right.
they have TBI in Tennessee. So, but anyway,
Yeah.
he sues these agencies when they're malfeasance or they're for the parents. So, in some of these CPS cases, they just did warrantless searches or warrantless went and got a child because of a false report or because of a report and it was unfounded or whatever. And he wins millions and millions for these families. But because there's no accountability, that's the trouble. A lot of times they don't have the supervisory role is in the toilet. There's nobody
Absolutely.
to answer to.
Yeah.
And so who pays the price? The children pay the price.
Absolutely.
So until there's accountability for these, sheriffs and different people in law enforcement. And I think, in these small towns, it's just more prevalent. And I don't know if this is a small town per se, but
Oh, it's very small. Very,
okay.
very small. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That is part of the problem, I think. Is this all of these connections? Like, even if it's an indirect connection, and maybe that's why Tony feels like he can use Irby because he knows Sheriff Matthews, and maybe that's what it is. But I agree because it's a really small place.
Yep. And, that's why whistleblowers are important and those kinds of things. And I don't know, how that can help in certain places, but it just seems that, let's see, Castle, I couldn't work for the COS anymore because it's such a broken cycle. And yes, the children are the ones that suffer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's for sure. Yes. Oh, CPS. Okay. You never know because it's called different things in different places too. It'd be like DFS, DCFS. It could be, but yeah, I found that Kentucky story was that the officer who unalived the judge in Chambers because he had the cell phone number of his daughter.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's very deep. It's very deep and good. I mean, not good, but what do you call it? Intriguing because
interesting. Yes, because controversial because obviously they were doing some dirty dealings together and then the officer finds out that the judge has his daughter's phone number and he doesn't ask questions. He goes in there and takes care of it. So that shows you that he was like together with him doing bad things too.
Yeah, there's a civil suit, I guess. There's a civil suit in there with because there's another deputy who was busted and for doing the dirty and doing like what do you want to call it, for exchange, like in exchange for like
favors and stuff.
Yeah.
I know we have to change our wording so much, and I think I've slipped with a couple today, and I was like, But I'm just, when you're talking about traumatic situations, it's really hard to say, in my opinion, or allegedly, or pew pew, for crying out loud. I've said it today. I said, if I say that, smack me. So next time you guys see me, you get to smack me. But it's like because it's just ridiculous, to me, because I would rather just say like the words. But you're right, though. That is what it was. It was favors for inmates not to get like an ankle bracelet or whatever punishment.
And then he was connected to, yeah, it was all related. And so hopefully it's going to come out. There's some good stuff that's going to come out. Well, I surely hope that Crystal's case, really, they get justice for her. Her family is to be commended, and they're warriors for truth. That's wonderful.
I know they really stuck to their their convictions, and then also they stuck to the point where it would have been very stressful and hard to do that, especially when someone is, because if we're feeling like this, then I'm sure like them sitting in the room with that type of energy, they were definitely feeling it, from some capacity, either with the body language or the tone, things like that were just probably it was probably a very frustrating, stressful situation, but they all kept their cool. And then also, even when the sheriff was accusing Julie of, well, you're saying this is on me. It's like, no, you're being defensive. She was just simply saying, hey, I'm not an expert in your field. I'm an expert in my field. And I was just asking questions that came up based on my experiences as a medical professional. And the fact that, like, if I was to, as a nurse, say that I was a doctor, I could get in trouble for that and they'd yank my license. So, I mean, she was just very, they stayed calm.
Yes.
And the sheriff lost his cool, right? I mean,
yeah. Totally.
He just did.
Yeah, they were really good. They were very diplomatic.
Yeah,
they were totally diplomatic, and that guy was, and the reason being, he knew it was that was a guilty emotional response. He totally felt guilty about it. Like, I know it's me, it's my department, and how dare you say that it's me?
Right. And then also, how'd you guys miss the spent casing? I mean, he had to have, really had to bring himself down to admit that, but he did. Yeah, I will say that for him, he did say like, hey, we missed it. And then but the weirdest part is that, how did everybody miss it? Like, February 16th was when it was actually found and brought to their attention.
And it happened on the 3rd?
It happened on the 9th.
Oh, the 9th.
Yeah. So February 9th, and then February 16th, the husband, Tony, calls and says, hey, I found the spent casing. And then when they were looking back at the photos from the crime scene, they realized that, oh, the casing was on the vanity. They took pictures of the vanity, but they didn't look good enough, or
he probably put it there. What in the Sam Hill? Sorry.
I know.
So he's the one that found it?
Tony's the one that found it, and then he calls Ellie and says, I found the casing.
That's suspicious in and of itself, for him to be the one, right? I mean, for all we know, he could have switched it out for something,
Well, and the weirdest part is that the bullet trajectory was exactly how it should have been, given the wounds and everything, and the path of everything, how it would have gone. But the shell casing was clear across the room. And it was about, according to Sheriff Matthews, now I'm just going to quote him on this one. just because Jana's not here to kind of ask her, bounce it off of, but he said it was 5 to 6 feet away from her bed. And it was in the opposite direction over here. So like she had another little hutch or dresser on one side, but on the opposite side, she had her makeup table. And that's where it was found, all the way clear across the room.
That is bizarre. I mean, I know nothing about trajectory situations with firearms, but can I say that word?
Same. Same. I have to admit, I had to do like a lot of research. That's what took me a really long time with this too, because I wanted to make sure I was getting it right. And then I also asked Gracie. She helped me with a little kind of a simulation. Her husband knows a lot about 9mm, and so I was lucky to be able to bounce ideas off of her. And then I was also reading about like what happened, where does the spent shell casing go off to? And usually, like, since it's on the side, it'll just click off the side and it'll load the next round. But this,
Oh.
but this firearm was completely ready to be, to be pulled again. And so who did that? It couldn't have been Crystal. If it was self-inflicted, she was the only one in the house. She was responsible. Then who cocked it back again?
Oh
Who
my
pulled the hammer
goodness.
back?
Right, right. Hmm.
And that was the hardest part of me showing it, because it's so hard. But then also the pillow. The pillow was
Yeah, the
shot
pillow.
through.
The pillow
And
is weird.
the pillow is really weird. And the placement of the pillow. So you would think it would be up close to her up here, but it wasn't. Or if it would have fell down, it would have fell down over here and have been like on the side of her, right? But it was
Hmm.
tucked under her arm.
Another thing I was thinking of is if he did it. Okay, so let's pretend that we're just going on that presumption that he was the one that did the act, right? So if he was doing it, he would want her sedated prior, because otherwise there's going to be some kind of fight, and then the staging would be difficult, right? So
Yes.
my thinking perhaps is that there was something with the pillow, like he could have, asphyxiated her or something, and then, or at least she would lose consciousness, right? And then he could stage it better.
I think that she put up a hell of a fight.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I really do. I
Yeah.
really do. And I'm concerned with the
But,
bruising that Julie references, because I think there was a possible SA involved in this. Um, Either it had to have transpired earlier for this to have happened. But that's just my opinion. Um, so,
oh, did he
but
suspect her
Joe, there
maybe
was no
of the
fingerprints. Like, they didn't check for that. And then Detroit Rock City, it was in Louisiana, in Oak Grove, Louisiana, in West Carroll Parish.
Yeah, Castle doesn't she maybe we could just update, like give a little synopsis.
Oh, what she says, Trishie,
Oh
it
no,
was
no.
so left.
The one that
Oh.
she says she's not familiar with the case.
Oh, thank you. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so basically, Crystal McCrory Jones lived with her husband, Tony Jones, and they owned a karate studio together. She was an insurance agent, and she had just went to work 3 weeks prior to this, back to insurance, excuse me, State Farm Insurance. And so on February 9th, 2023, she was found by Deputy Chuck Harris when he did a well check on her. Her husband, Tony, called Deputy Harris to do the well check on his cell phone and said, "Hey, I can't get a hold of Crystal. Can you go by the house?" the deputy goes over, knocks on the door, and then is given permission by Tony to walk in. The door was unlocked, and that is not typical for Crystal to do that, according to her sister Jana, that she always locked her door. And basically, he led Deputy Chuck Harris to the bedroom, which is very bizarre because obviously, how would he know that she was back there? But then Deputy Chuck Harris is the one that found Crystal in the condition she was in. And after a 7-minute interview with Alan Irby, who was the detective, the guy in the hat on the screen, they ruled it that Crystal had taken her own life. And so we just listened to the phone call between the sheriff, Scott Matthews, and the family, her brother Dane, Jana, her sister, and her sister-in-law. There was another person, her sister-in-law, Julie. There was another person in the room, but I'm not exactly sure who that other person is, but it was another family member. So they had flown in from Germany. So that's kind of the brief synopsis. There's a lot of inconsistencies, but I'm going to add them into the video when I post it to later. But what do you have to say in closing, Trishie? Like, what do you have to say about they did not check anybody for gunpowder residue, Joe?
So in summary of this case,
yeah, like what do you want to say just to kind of close it out? Because I know it's getting late, and then I'm gonna work on getting that video up quick so that way you guys can see it and hear it a little bit better. I apologize.
I just feel really, really heartbroken for this family. I mean, obviously they lost, a very special person, and at the hands of, they believe, not their sister, or, they don't believe that this was a true self-inflicted situation. And it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking to lose anyone, and then to have, no answers and no cooperation to actually get to the bottom of it is it's heartbreaking. It's frustrating, and it needs to change. And I think they need to elevate it to like internal affairs. I don't know what you do, but I imagine, like, what was the other agency that we said? The police,
like
state
the state
police.
police.
Yeah. I mean, they need an advocate. Maybe they could hire a private investigator, although
Oh, I know, right? Do we really want to give them that? Oh boy, I don't know about that advice, Trishie. Gosh,
no, I know she
OMG.
could do. I think Jana and her sister could do better than SF. And no, I'm just kidding.
Oh
But
yes, oh
I mean,
yes.
because I do think it's a little shady. It can be a little bit shady job, but yeah, they definitely need a team to help them and get to the bottom of it, and then hopefully they can get their justice for their sister. I want to say sister, mother. I don't know how many roles she had in life, but
She did, and she was going to be a new grandma. So auntie, she was a sister. She was like a mom to Jana. She said she was a daughter. She was a mother, stepmama. I mean, just such a good, and I'll include some pictures too that I snapped from the karate studio. Those kids, when they were in the pictures with Crystal, they just were like, I mean, elated to be around her. You could tell that the kids looked up to her and really respected and loved her. So I really appreciated that about her too. Like you said, a very special person that deserves much better than what's happening.
She
Yeah.
seems like a vibrant spirit. Like, just her pictures, she just is so glowy.
I know. And just, you could tell she just brought joy wherever she went. And that's just the one thing that I just you know, when I took a look, and then as we're going through it, and just seeing you all's reactions to the stuff, I'm glad, because I feel a lot like how Julie felt. You know, she was kind of like, just tell me I'm not crazy, you know. And that's kind of how I feel a little bit, because I feel like it like you said, gaslighting 101, and we're seeing that happening and play out, and it's really hard and frustrating, because it's just something that it's making us second guess ourselves, because law enforcement's telling us one thing. And really, we talked about that in Sebastian's case in the beginning too. So um
Hmm. Yeah, it doesn't pass the sniff test, in my opinion. You know, it doesn't feel right. There's lots of lots of suspicious red flags all over the place. Um, yeah, I would like one of the things too that would be interesting though is the private. Oh, I know. This is what I was going to say. I always thought that Seth in the Sebastian case. I've always felt like Seth should sue the PFs for negligence, child negligence, or is that what it's called? Yeah. Um,
yeah, or endangerment, child
endangerment,
endangerment.
that's right. And
Yeah.
he could sue them in civil court, and then the burden of proof in terms of getting um, discovery for that kind of case, it's much lower. So you don't have to.
Mm.
It's not this. It's not a warrant. It's a basically it's a subpoena. You know, you can subpoena records,
Information.
and yeah, and then they could get to the bottom of a lot of the things. And at least for him, he could see a trail, and then even if, you know, he doesn't get any money, you know, as far as a civil lawsuit, you know how sometimes those don't really, they
Right.
might, you know what I mean, but he could find out more answers. That's what detective,
That's a
what is
great
it,
idea.
deception detective, he was saying that he was
Hmm.
talking about it. He was saying I would like Seth to do that. He's an attorney.
Oh, okay.
Did
But
you
he
know
was
that?
recommending that. That was his recommendation.
Yeah, he was recommending it. He's also saying that he always wanted to do it with the case, the little girl, what's her name? Tiny little thing. I want to say in Australia or somebody help me.
When,
And
no, yeah.
her family was
Like they were camping in Australia.
no,
The guy.
her family was they were on a holiday. They weren't in Australia, but I don't know what, or maybe they're just UK. They're just British, maybe.
Oh,
Um,
Summer. Star says Summer. No, I haven't seen Julie's videos. Castle.
Madeline, yes, Madeline
Madeline
McCann.
McCain. Thank
Hmm.
you, Bunny. And thank
Hmm.
you, Jocelyn. There we go, Joe. Everybody, thank you.
Bring it on for us.
Yay.
Yeah,
But yeah,
Madeline.
there's just so
Hmm.
many similarities to a lot of cases, which is,
Hmm.
you know,
He was saying that because of um yeah, he's like, I would sue, I can't remember, but it was basically using the civil court to get answers for a criminal trial because
mm,
sometimes you don't have enough, you know.
yeah, and it's a lower burden to meet to get those answers, like you said. That is a smart strategy. I wonder if that would be a feasible option.
He should get a deception detective to do it.
Yeah, exactly. I know. Well, I would love for somebody bigger than me to take this case too and help out with getting some of
Yes.
this information out too. I That's why I would like to get this call out, and then, and put, just the information together, so that way it's easier to see, and kind of digestible, but then also, try to send it to Nancy or somebody to
Oh
look at.
yeah. Hmm. I saw that there was an
I
article when
will.
I was
I will, Cass.
Googling. Let's see. I was just Googling and it did come up that it was putting them on blast, kind of, the department about this case. It was like a news article.
Oh, good. Bye,
Mhm.
Jocelyn. Thanks for being here. I know I've got to head out myself. Um, I know. I think I know what you're talking about. Oh gosh. Well, they just put the billboard up. The good news out of this, guys, the silver lining is that they put the billboard up. They were having a lot of trouble getting it up. Jana was really fighting back and forth with getting this billboard up of Crystal, Justice for Crystal, and they got it up today. I put it on my community wall, and then also um, my Facebook. So if you guys are Facebook friends with Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives, it's over there too. I was trying to think if I did it to Twitter. I think I need to do it to Twitter. I'm
We
so
should
bad with that.
tag the
Or
DA.
X. Sorry,
We
X.
should, we should tag the DA.
Yes. Well, I might do that when we play the next call. Because yeah, I'm gonna try to. We'll try to do that tomorrow. I'd like to keep it going. I think we had a good crowd with Sebastian's crowd and then also Jana's crowd. And I appreciate you guys all being here. And Trishie, you did fantastic. Oh my gosh, thank you so much.
Oh, I'm good for talking. I'm a good talker. So you
That's
could just tell me to
wonderful.
shh.
No, no. And if you want to send me like a little picture of your thumbnail, or if you want, like whatever you want me to add, I'll add it to the thumbnail. But I did put
Okay.
Trishie in there, but I didn't put 818, so I need to remember because I was like, I couldn't remember if it was 181. I don't know. I do that all the time with numbers. I don't know why I do that. But I do that with FS too because I call them FS and then SF.
That's okay. It might be a little bit of dyslexia.
Just a tad, just a
Just
little.
a lot of people do that. It's funny.
Yeah, I like transpose the numbers and stuff. Thank you, Rebecca. Oh, that's so sweet.
Aw, thank you, Rebecca.
Thank you, Bunny. Thank you, Star. Thank you all for being here. I think it was a really good turnout, guys, and I just appreciate that. I'm just trying to get Crystal's story out there and recognized by more people. And thank you, Trishie, for just having such smart questions and answers and analogies. Like that's really important to just so people can understand it. That's all I want to do is kind of present it in a way where it's easy to understand and you guys aren't looking at me like, what is she talking about? What in the world? But I want it to make good sense. And so that's what took me so long to get up here tonight and get
Oh,
this
you did
video.
it. You did a great job, and I think
Well, thank
it
you.
works it works for us to bounce things off of each other and yeah, I think you did a great job.
Thank you. Thanks, Trisha. You did too. You did. You're like I said, just like great analogies. And then I love having perspectives of moms that have kiddos that have special needs, or if they're on the autism spectrum. Just all of that good knowledge, because you guys can tell what it's like, and I appreciate that so much. Thank you, Star. Thank you for all your comments too, guys. You guys have been awesome.
Well, I'll step down so you can finish
Thank
up and wrap it up, and we'll talk
Yes.
soon.
Yeah, we'll talk soon. Thank you, Trishie. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, have a good night.
You.
Thank you. Well, guys, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you guys being patient through the phone or through the meeting. I know that at the end it was pretty explosive. I'm going to try to get a better audio on there too, just so you guys can hear it better. I might have to go ahead and up the volume again. There's a little bit of background in some of it, but I'm going to clean it up for you guys. And thank you, Detroit Rock City. Thank you. Thanks, Joe. Thank you, Castle. You guys are all so amazing. And if you feel compelled to do so, definitely go over and sign the petition on change.org. I have on my community wall, I also have the places where you could help out with the billboards. So Jana's handling all of that. She's handling it beautifully. I am so proud of her. She did such a great job getting those billboards up, and or the one billboard that they got up. But that way it's bringing awareness in the community and they know that something's going on. For those that don't, I know it's a small community. Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you so much. You all have a wonderful day. I will see you all tomorrow. It should be the regular 10 o'clock time slot, which is 10 o'clock Eastern time. So definitely come and join us, and we will have some more great discussions on Sebastian Rogers and Crystal McCrory Jones. Thank you guys. Thank you, Trishie. Thank you. I'll see you all tomorrow.